for International Seminar on Cultivation of the Human Spirit, Confluence of Science and Spirituality. This international seminar is being held here as a loving dedication to His Holiness, Bhakti Veswarupa Damodara Swami, Dr. T.D. Singh, scientist and saint. And this very international seminar is being organized by University of Bhagavata Culture, Imphal, Manipur, Dhanamanjuri University, Imphal, Manipur, and ISKCON Manipur Airport Road, Sangai Pro, Imphal. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, may I take this opportunity to invite the dignitaries on the dais. We have Professor Huber Hudson Robinson, His Highness Hanumat Prasaka Swami, Sannyasi and Guru ISKCON, and also General Secretary of North American Institute of Oriental and Classical Studies, NIOS. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the dignitaries on the dais with a warm welcome and a loud cheer. Thank you so much, Your Holiness. May I also invite Professor N. Rajmohan Singh, Vice Chancellor of Dhanamanjuri University, Imphal, on the dais. I'm also honored to invite Mr. Dhruva O'Shea, cultural anthropologist and also alumnus of Deakin University, ladies and gentlemen. May I also now invite Director in charge of Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy in Imphal, Manipur, Sri Pukrambam Vilash, on the dais, please. Last but not the least, may I take this opportunity to invite His Grace Eknath Das, Chairman of ISKCON Manipur, also General Secretary of Northeast Zone, on the dais, please. As we have all the dignitaries seated on the dais, may I request all of us present here to please give a loud cheer for the dignitaries on the dais once again. May I now invite Sadhu Bhushan Das and Dwarkanath Das for the felicitation of the dignitaries on the dais with a traditional stole and rosette. As we're done with the traditional welcome of the dignitaries on the dais, we now proceed to the welcome address of this international seminar to be delivered by Dr. M. Bhuvaneshwari Devi, Principal of DM College of Science and Dean, School of Sciences, MANIPUR University.
Mayam punamak po khurumjari. First of all, I would like to show gratitude to His Holiness Bhakti Swarupa Damodara Swami, Dr. T.D. Singha, scientist and saint. A very good morning and a warm welcome to all on behalf of the organizing committee of this international seminar. First of all, let me start by giving glory to the Almighty God for making today's program a resounding success. Thank you is such a prayer that cannot be seen but authors. It must be felt by heart. I feel honored and privileged to get the opportunity to propose a welcome address on this special occasion. I thank the organizing committee for giving this opportunity. Today, the 16th January 2023, Monday, a sunny, nice day, University of Bhagavad Culture, Imphal, Manipur, Dhanmanjuri University, Imphal, Manipur, and ISKCON, Manipur, Airport Road, Shanghai Pro, Imphal, jointly are organizing an international seminar on cultivation of the human spirit, confluence of science and spirituality 2023 at the Auditorium Jain Dance, Manipur Dance Academy in loving memory of His Holiness Bhakti Swarupa Damodara Swami, Dr. T.D. Singha, scientist and saint. Spirituality is an attitude that is positive and looking at the best in everyone and everything. It is an inner journey to discover inner peace and is all about expanding our capability to live, love, and learn. It is the process of balance between dharma and karma. It is the process of self-transformation from impure consciousness to pure consciousness to achieve inner peace and happiness and prosperity. Whereas we talk about science, it is not only brings true knowledge, factual knowledge, with logic and evidences. In pursuit of rational knowledge, people started questioning religious belief. More the scientific discoveries, more the question on belief system. Science has a more rational approach. It is a work of logic and proofs. First and foremost, I, on behalf of the organizing committee, convey a warm welcome, deep regards, and hearty thanks to our Presidium members, Professor Haber Hachin Rose Binsan, I say Hanumat, Presaka Swami, Sainasi and Guru, ISKCON, and General Secretary, NIOS, and Professor N. Rajmohan Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Dhanmanjuri University, Imphal, Manipur, and respected Dhruva Oshia, Cultural Anthropologist, alumnus, Deakin University, and respected Pukrambam Bilas Singh, Director, Jain Manipur Dance Academy, and I take immense pleasure in extending a warm welcome and sincere thanks to Eknath Das, General Secretary, Chairman, ISKCON, Manipur, for, despite of his busy schedule, has found time to grace this international seminar in time. Thank you, all the respected Presidium members, for giving the life of this international seminar. I owe a special gratitude and thanks to all the distinguished invitees present here for extending full cooperation to the event, a grand success. I welcome and heartfelt thanks to the ISODs of PG and UG departments of 5 constituent colleges of Dhanmanjuri University for their continued support for this international seminar. I also extend a warm welcome and a special thanks to all the teaching faculty and non-teaching staffs of Manipuri University and ISKCON for giving the life of this international seminar. I also welcome all the members of print and electronic media for evincing interest in convening the event, and all good hearts who work behind the screen. And special thanks and gratitude and warm welcome to all the members present inside this precious hall. Last but not the least, I thank and I welcome and show gratitude all for whom I have not mentioned the name particularly, but present inside this hall. Once again, I thank all for your attention. Thank you all.
Thank you so much once again. Dr. M. Bhuvaneshwari Devi, Principal, DM College of Science and Dean, School of Sciences, Dhanmanjuri University, for that welcome address. As we now proceed to the next item of the program, we will now invite the dignitaries, the Presidium members on the dais to please come up and light the auspicious lamp we have set in front of us. And lamp lighting will be followed by offering of flowers to Sripada Maharaja and Srila Prabhupada. We will also have conch being blown as we light the auspicious lamp as the beginning of this international seminar. Thank you so very much to the Presidium members for lighting up the auspicious lamp as a mark of the beginning of this international seminar, as well as for offering tribute to the portrait we have set here. Thank you so very much once again, ladies and gentlemen. As we now proceed to the next item, may I now invite Director in charge of Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy, Sri Purkhamam Bilas, to say a few words on this occasion, first of all.
Ahanba maktada lamdam sibu kon biriba isorbu ikokno na khurumjari ngasi aikoigi yamna magul leiraba aikoigi International Seminar on Cultivation of the Human Spirit, Confluence of Science and Spirituality haiba aikoigi theme sida aikoigi organize tawbiriba University of Bhagavata Cultural Imphal Manipur amadi aikoigi Dhanamanjuri University Imphal Manipur aduga Iskon Manipur Airport Road Sangraibo Imphal ahumna sinbiriba seminar sida dais the lengsin biriba dignitary punoku ikok nona kurumjari aduga mang the lengsin biriba Iskon gi aduga Manipur Dhanamanjuri University gi Oja Singh aduga aikoigi Iskon gi Bhakta Singh aduga Satra Satri Singh aduga College University gi lengbireiba mipung khudimokpu nanai aina ikok nona kurumjari adugumba masigi asigumlaba mamal yamlaba international gi seminar asida coverage tawgani hana lengbireiba electronic media amadi print media gi sinau punamopusu hainingai leitana thagachari ayakti asigumba seminar ase isam samna aidi yaujaba amsung tajage haidana leijabani aduda masisi ekoigi iningthau lesemba sana jawba si kaigumba magi asinba ma leibadagi ekoi function si kitang farak tana khibadagi aisu tasengna function yaubadagi haiba function asida ngahaktang mayam gi mohut sinduna yaujabani aduga tasengna ngasigi function si aina aigi thamoi gi oiba wafam khara thamjaba taragadi tasengna sigumaba yamna mamal yamlaba international gi su oiba aduga tasengna science ka akhoi mioibagi leinariba akhoi thawai si tasengna jat pijat mayam ama akhoi Manipur da su India gi mafum jat khudimakta Manipur da khundaminariba jati mayam ama laikre tribal gi Muslim gi Hindu gi Maitai gi jat punamakse jat oijeraga su tasengna akhoi gi mioibagi thawai atma isodi amatani haiba wafam duda maruina tawbase ai yam hena nungaijei aduga tasengna seminar sigi manungi oiba poti ngasai ekhoi seminar pabigadaba ojasing intellectual mayam ama yauduna point kya ama haibirani aduga tasengna aibu ngasigi asigumlaba mamal yamlaba international gi seminar sida khoi sinbi langbiriba singna aibu ngak dais da phaman biba haibase aigidi yam hena laibok phabani haiba wafam si thamjaraga ai mayam punamoktagi ai bidai logjari.
Thank you so very much once again. Thakacho Ponduk Chari, the women Kangbu Chari Quina. Tale of Matamda, Taromasida Saruya Biu, Hain Heiser Bada, Chinbaka Legasu, Yahakaito Piraga Quira, the Links in Biba, Mukahana. Thakacho Ponduk Chari, Director in charge, JN Manipur Dance Academy, Mingwen Hangachar of the Pukrabam Vilas, Puamkana, the women Kangbu Chari. Thank you so very much once again. Chathagadori International Seminar Siki formal session Hauzidring Aida. Asiki Sungabataroma Siki, this the Langshin Biriba. Haizabatari, may I invite His Grace Eknath Das to say a few words. Tagat Warol Wainaikogi, Langshin Biriba Quaitara, Mount Lebiriba, Miam Punamu Tang, Tagat Warol Matem Tang Tambiran and the Way Coxinjeri.
Om Jnanatam Mirandasya Jnananjana Salakaya Saksurunritam Yana Tasmai Sri Guru Namaha Sri Chaitanya Manobhistam Sthapitam Yana Bhutale Swayam Rupam Kadamyam Dadati Swapadantikam Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Swarupadam Swamiti Namine Namasad Bhaktamanaya Manipur Yudbhavaya Sa Prabhupada Lakshat Bhani Prasaraniratayate Namo Om Vishnu Padaya Krishna Prastaya Bhutale Srimati Bhakti Vedanta Swamiti Namine Namaste Saraswati Deve Gauravani Prasarini Nirvishesha Sunyavadi Pasatyadi Satarini Jai Sri Krishna Chaitanya Prabhu Nityananda Sri Advaita Gadadhar Sivasadi Gaura Bhakta Binda Hare Krishna 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 Hare 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 Ram Rama Rama Hare Hare. Respected His Holiness Hanuman Prasaka Swami Maharaj, Vice Chancellor, DM University, Loinana Koigi Oja Vilas, Amadi, Koigi Bhakta Vaishnava Dhruva, Australia Dagi, Loinana Masigi Tongan Ba, Koigi Sangnairaba, Manipur ki Nungsijaraba, Sirinau Singh, Satra Sati Singh, Kwai Kibikim Famda, Koknona, Masigi Taura Masigi, Matangda, Kajiktung, Seba Pangan Vigi Damakta, Hanana Tagas Sabagaloinana, Wapung Karadang Tamzari, Tasengna Sigumba, cultivations of the human spirits masi yamna darkar leba yam toina masigumba seminar si toina pangthokpagi mathau si tarakpama urakpadagi masi sinjanabagi damakta tanja adu khanaraga pangthoksabani tasengna pikraba sigumba Manipur state sida akhoi community kunthra taruki mathakta leiriba Hairiba tongan ba community zingsigi magi sanapathap tongan asum laizergaso akoina puraksage toriba masigi thimsidi isorji ama khatani taigumasung magi maming tongan ba mayam ama leiba yai akoi khudima isorgi masang atani haibasi masidida akoi focus pijaning wi wakhalonduni tasengna shastra matungina so akoi human form of life is very precious and very important. Akoina tasengna miyoibegi punsi si natragadi akoina hairiba masigi jaga sangsargi maya gi langsidigi akoina nanthok waibasi sungam ngamoy. Shastra gi matungina mo Bhagavana laisem birakpa matamda jiva makhan lak mai phuga mari Miyabegi kanglubne sangane use wayane tin kang upalapa na pisang loin mupulaga makhoi pon maksigi manungda miyabegi punsi miyabegi mapok sina khwaidagi thawangna isorgi mehek ngamthangda laibana maram oraga akhoi gi responsibility si yamna sawe maram adu yamna bas maru oi masida shastra na panbiri si semra bhagavatam gi tares skandagi Taragom the Suba Idhai Slokun Gamanga Slida Pongdo Piribasi Jatrisaha Lokam Imam Pavitra Kama Vira Brahman Sargapavarior Daram Tirasam Punarsasa. I quasi Hantaki Mapoksi Katanati a coin of pokris, Mapokaya Kayamang the Koi Pokre. I quite coin a Tauzagiba Karamagi Polgimatung in a live of Pavaging Assisi Koi human. Miyabegi mapoksidi da koisi pok phangjabi khudong sawe se koida bhagwana pibire hairiba miyabegi mapokse koina phangjaringai tanja sidida aikoina yogena khanba pandam amadi phangena khanba panthungsi koina masi yobong amba masung phangbang ambagi kripa je bhagwana koina koida pibri miyabegi mapoksida khudamaina handaki mapoksi loraga koina karigumba Janma Mitu Zarabiadi, Pokasiba, Halosilapamati, Lena like Tungsi Wamada Lalaga. Karigumba Koina, sargalok harisina koi deva devi devata gi lok mritu lok sidagi khara haigalaga lairi mama pham sida koi yaugrage na khanba tarbursu ai koi yaubung ambagi sakti ja koi tapaisa gi matungina koi da lei adu natragana yamna kanna tapaisa si tawdana bhagwan haiba ya thangsi khata masigi niti khata illaga koina kanna tapaisa si tawjaragana hairibana sagi mukti phangaga pokpa siba ahalosila komedina la thungsi wamada lalaga Sri Hari gi dham Goloka Vrindavan haidada koi yauhiba ngambagi kripa si bhagwan koi pi tawudati koi tapaisa gi makhapona natragana hausi husik lairiba koi gi chaliba sadharan akoi bhavana sidadi akoi 100% amana masigi mritu loksida koi pokpa hebsimedi soidre ada pokpa matam sidida akoi si tasengna miyoi bo mapo oina lakadra natraga sanga oina pokhidoribra natraga use waya oina pokhidoribra natraga tin kang oina pokhidoribra natraga na upalapa na pisana oina hogidoribra masi akoi gi khutta leba aduna di lasta bhagwana takpirisi sloksidida masi pona masi miyoi bena khoi gi na khutta lere adumadu akoina handaba makhalgi mapokta akoina pokhidana bagi tamda akoina break phahuna bagi tanja ji miyoi bagi mapoksida pi adai tarbrodi hausiki laiba khoigi ngasigi theme sidida yamna kupna naina bagi tanja ama cultivation khoi kamai tawdana khoina karigomba se hawai sengwai mana masing or phauseng thabagi khoina phajana makhoiji cultivate tawrakanda khoina mahai sabasing ame ada khoida lairiba nunggi oibasing khoina phajana thiduoga miyabigi punsiji kramai tawdana mathangi mapokta khoi kramai tawdoino haibasiki chapcha base tasengna shastrana athato brahma jigyasa miyabigi mapoksi tasengna khoigi haurakphamdo masak khangna bagi damukta khoina bhagwan pibirine ada karigama ina handaba mapokta pokhi tarabade amana khoi madu khanderu bungambagi chance khoida lairoidone maramadana tongan ba khoigi jati mayam ama punsilaga tasengmadi manipur si amna pikpa state ama ojaraga so makhal suna khoigi laiba aduguma jati karam ki tungna pham oirebani maramana thoidona akhoi iskon manipur sina mana sali batude yasanjaba su lejate hollu su lejate apa famadum sapiraga bhagwan takpiriba magi chapchaba madugi panthung da khoi khoidemak yauminanabugi damakta akai hona minasi haiba wakhalonsi wai kharji thamjarga ngasi di swaida sum mayamdagi bidai lojari Hare Krishna.
Thagachaba phongdokchari ngasigi sungba tarum asida pambak thakta lengsin biriba kai khumnazarba His Grace Eknath Das Chairman ISKCON Manipur amadi General Secretary Northeast Zone wafum kharadang thambiramba mamal nairba dugum wafum khara dugidamak mangla lengsin biriba amadi sinja langjari basingi mahut sinjaraga amuka hanna His Grace bu thagachaba phongdokchari. Thank you so much. As we will now proceed to the formal session of this international seminar on cultivation of the human spirit, confluence of science and spirituality, may I now invite Dr. Kadam Ibontobi Singh, guest faculty, Department of Sociology, Manipur University, Kanchipur, to deliver the keynote address on the objective and the reason why we are organizing this international seminar here.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Respected Swamiji, Sri Hanumat Presaka Swami, Sannyasi and Guru ISKCON, and General.
I grew up on a spiritual farming community in Australia, near Queensland. This farm had one big mountain in the back and two mountains in the front. On one was a mandir, On the other was a gurukula. In the middle was a beautiful lake with lotuses growing. And my home was somewhere in the valley behind, and it was made from natural materials, mud bricks, very simple living. We had just one solar panel for a little bit of electricity in the nighttime. Otherwise, we used the water from the creek. We grew our own vegetables as much as we could. So this was a very unique experience for an Australian boy. In fact, my early years, my impressionable years, were strongly influenced by 16th century Bengali Vaishnavism, Gaudiya Vaishnavism. I learned mantras and a little Sanskrit and rose early in the morning, even at 5 years of age, to walk from one hill to the other, from the Gurukula to the Mandir for Mangala-artik prayers in the Mandir. Now, even though I didn't know of my ancestors so much until recently, their influence is still within me, within my physicality and my psychology. We receive abilities and nature from our ancestors. Now, my father, he was an artist, as I said before, but he later became highly respected throughout India and the world for, as a poet and an educator. Actually, my father can speak fluent Bengali language, and he travels speaking the Chaitanya Bhagavat. He doesn't carry the book because he knows the whole book by heart. He is also the chairman of the Board of Examiners for ISKCON Education. So he's involved in designing the educational programs for members of the ISKCON Hare Krishna movement to study the Vedas. My studies, or as my youth, my adolescence, was a little troubling, as it is for many youth. I took some time to discover myself, trying different things, different jobs, and trying to have a good time in life, enjoying my senses, my mind. I likened it to a character from a famous story, The Lion King. Maybe you know The Lion King, Simba, Hakuna Matata, no worries. So yeah, I tried that out, but eventually I found no satisfaction, instead frustration. So I decided to return to my roots, take up my dharma, and I joined a brahmachari ashram for 6 years and learned the discipline of yoga, studying the Vedas. And so that was a big part of my education. Now, after that experience, I wanted to further my education. I wanted to further my understanding of my relationship with the world. So I entered university. I started out interested in science, subjects in science, engineering, computer science. I wanted to know what is the world empirically. After studying for 2 or 3 years these subjects, I found I'd learned enough. I'd found the bottom of what is to be seen empirically, and I wanted to know, okay, who is underneath what we can see empirically, what is there, and also who is looking? Who am I, the person looking? How do I understand that? So I transitioned into philosophy, theology, and I finalized in cultural anthropology, which I find a very nice discipline for me, because anthropology is the study of the human experience in different contexts, and within that you can study anything, and this discipline can tie everything together. It also allows me to travel and meet many wonderful people and be influenced by many wonderful cultures. So I'd like to say thank you for having me here at this point. Thank you. Now, my first research project was in Peru, South America. I was on a mission to find a lost Ashaninka village, indigenous village. At one point I was traveling through a difficult pass with cliffs and only trees to hold onto. And while not looking, something bit my hand. It was a poisonous snake. The people with me went to find help. At the point where I thought I was going to lose my life, everything was going dark. A beautiful light, angelic light, descended upon me and took me in care and saved me with special herbs. She was so beautiful, you might even consider her one of your own. You might consider her MANIPURI. Now, because she saved my life, this angel, I owe her my life, so I married her. Now, whenever my wife meets Manipuris, they always think, you're from Manipur, because she does look Manipuri. Now, we have two beautiful daughters, one aged 9 years, one aged 5 years, Suryani and Saraswati. They are very interested in academics, art, music, and languages. And these two are some toys. They could not be here, unfortunately, this trip. So I brought one toy of each, Rosie and Piggy, so that they can be here with me. This here is also some Peruvian textiles. This is a head warmer, a beanie. It's called a chuyo. It's made from alpaca wool. Very sturdy, I've had for 12 years. Now, I'm an anthropologist, cultural anthropologist, but I did not come here to teach you anything. Rather, I came here to learn. I came here to learn from you, learn from your culture. Indeed, we have been seeing many famous sites around Manipur during our visit here. We saw Sri Sri Bija Govinda Ji Temple, Sri Nityananda Prabhu Temple, Sri Sri Radha Govinda Ji Temple, Sri Ramji Temple and Sri Hanumanji Temple, Sri Madha Mohan Ji Temple, and my favorite of all, the Kaina Hilok Temple. Not that the others weren't magnificent and spiritually uplifting. Kaina Hilok was my favorite because it's in the mountains. And since my time in India, several months now, I have not seen many mountains. So driving up that mountain reminded me of my home, where I grew up, as I described before, with beautiful mountains. And that all those places we saw in one day. Now, yes, so your culture, the way I see it is your culture is more advanced than my Australian culture. Actually, Australian history is relatively short, only approximately 200, 250 years. So we don't have any traditional dances, we don't have sword fighting, we don't have much at all. In fact, there's one joke about Australia. I will test it on you. What is the difference between Australia and yogurt? Yogurt has culture. But do you think that is true? Australia has no culture? Or could there be another possibility? Something we're missing? Well, Australia has a very ancient indigenous culture. Indigenous Australians, Aborigines, sometimes known as, tracing back 65,000 years. So, but the mainstream Australia, modern Australia, is only just now beginning to realize the wealth of knowledge in philosophy, spirituality, natural medicine, mental health, just now. So, in fact, when you do a university degree in Australia now, typically you'll take some subjects in indigenous Australian culture, especially if you were in education. So I actually got to do some research regarding indigenous Australian culture. I worked with the indigenous elders in my local area. They taught me about their art and their spirituality, and they guided me, gave me blessings to present in Peru in 2018 in the National Library of Peru in Lima, along with His Holiness Hanumat Prashak Swami Maharaj. Now, even though I have not come here to teach you, my good wife, who is more cultured than I, she has taught me, never go somewhere empty-handed. Always bring a gift. So, I would like to share something from my tradition, which you may also be familiar with. This is from the Bhagavat Purana, Srimad Bhagavatam, the 10th canto, and it's from a chapter which is describing the autumn season. And this beautiful chapter was taken and put into a book called The Light of the Bhagavata, with commentaries by His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada, and beautiful, accompanying with that beautiful, exquisite artwork, Chinese-style artwork, which you will get to see some a little later. Actually, now's a good time to bring up that artwork, number 36, if you can, please. While he's doing that, I will chant some Sanskrit. This is verse number 36 from the book. Shanai Shani Jahu Pankam Stalanyamam Chaviruda Yataham Mamatam Dira Sharira Dishwanatmasu. Now in English. With the progress of the autumn season, the moist earth and the muddy places begin to dry up, and the green vegetation begins to fade. This drying up and fading resembles the gradual disappearance of the false sense of affinity to ego. So in this verse we are talking about the removing of the veil of the ahankara, the false ego. Now, I'm sure you've heard of Patanjali's yoga system. He mentions 5 different ways to remove the veil. Tapasya, voluntary austerities. Sometimes involuntary suffering can quickly remove the false ego. Concentration, meditation. Mantra, reciting mantras. Herbs, different natural herbs can give an experience to awaken your spiritual identity. And also by birth. This means gradually developing over lifetimes. Now His Divine Grace A.C. Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada says in this regard that progress in cultivating the human spirit entails the gradual disappearance of the materialistic ego. It's giving a distinction between materialistic ego and spiritual ego. Using my own karmic situation as an example, which I described before, my ancestral heritage, I have a certain nature and abilities, and I can use them in 2 different ways. I can use them to try to control, exploit, lord it over others, to try make it about myself, or I can use it in a mood of service to humanity, to God, to nature, and I will get 2 different results. This nature and abilities can be understood in a deeper level in terms of the trigunas, the 3 modes of material nature, sattva guna, rajaguna, and tamaguna. I'm sure you've heard of these. This is goodness, passion, and ignorance. And we have different combinations of these modes. We have different influences. Educators tend to be more in mode of goodness. Administrators and businessmen tend to be more in mode of passion, rajaguna. And others, we won't discriminate, can have more tamas, ignorance. It means stagnation, sleep, lack of enthusiasm, unhealthy. But generally we tend to be a mix of all 3. We have a combination. Now, Bhaktivedanta Swami Prabhupada continues on this topic, stating that the ultimate goal of cultivating the human spirit is God realization and surrender unto God with a full sense of His all-pervasive nature. So the goal is to rise above the gunas and discover our relationship with God, Bhagavan, Jehovah, Allah, Rama, Krishna, known by many names. And if God is all-pervading, then He can be found anywhere. He can be found in the mountain. He can be found in the trees, in the jackfruit tree. He can be found even in each other, in other people, as the Paramatma, existing in the heart of every living entity, guiding them. Since God is everywhere, in all of us, guiding us towards happiness, this surrender to God is most important. This then is the goal of cultivating the human spirit. It is not simply to adjust the gunas or make a different material situation, because solving a material problem with a material solution just creates new material problems. Instead, we need to diminish the false ego, the identification of self with the temporary physical body and subtle mind, through spiritual activities. Srila Prabhupada gives the example of the drying coconut. As the coconut dries, the malai, the white part in the center, separates from the outer part. The outer part is the temporary body, the inner part is the Atma, the soul. The season of autumn is being compared to performing spiritual austerities to cultivate the human spirit. So, what does voluntary austerities and using our karma and our nature to develop our relationship with God look like, practically speaking? Well, allow me to share the last verse that I will share today, a poem, the second poem from Light of the Bhagavata, where after the drying up of the autumn season, it is said, this is number 46, if we can please switch to the next artwork. Now I'll read the Sanskrit. Banin muni nripasnata nirgam yarthan prapedire varsharudha yatha siddha swapandan kala agate. Now in English, that the merchants, preachers, kings and students who were confined to home during the rainy season begin to flow out and attain success in life, just as the perfected souls attain the required body as soon as they leave the present one. Srila Prabhupada comments regarding what does practical surrender to God look like, that the merchants, the preachers and teachers, kings and students form the 4 important sections of human society, and that the merchants, practically speaking, the merchant should see that everyone gets his or her proper share of food, which is given by God. The sannyasis, preachers, should go from door to door to preach the sense of God consciousness, not to collect money for matas or temples only, but to enlighten the people. The king should go out from his home to see with his own eyes how things are going on. And the students should gather knowledge from wherever it is available. And Srila Prabhupada concludes by saying that the combined work of these 4 sections is meant for the general welfare of society. The general welfare of society sounds like a good goal, right? For me, you agree? General welfare of society. So, in conclusion, my experience here in Manipur has been wonderful and spiritually uplifting. the way I see it is that those of you who have taken birth here in Manipur or in India in general, and many Asian countries actually, but Manipur being the jewel of India, due to its, in general, India, its vast variety of spiritual practices, you all have a very fortunate birth. In my country, there is many distractions which suppress and oppress the human spirit. So please take full advantage of your elevated, fortunate birth, and all together, let's help grow the state of Manipur in a way that will attract the whole world to visit here and cultivate their human spirit. Tagachari, thank you very much. Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much to Dhruba O'Shea, cultural anthropologist and alumnus of Deakin University, for that wonderful, short, but yet very effective speech of yours. And thank you so very much for enlightening us. And we are really, really honored to have you as a speaker in this international seminar once again. Thank you. Maraktatna, Lengsin Biriba Quaitara, the Muslim Tang Tamzabani Madudi Quigi, Tatazariba seminar is a speaker and Watley, and Yaragadi, Loy Papotang, Hais Batare, Warabasuana, Lengsin Biu, Hybasim Tang Tamzabani, Duga Quigi, speaker singing Magi presentation, Loya Kana Quigi, cultural program, Amasuyam, special Loina, Kanana, Tamzari Madugi Matunda, Lengbi Liba, Amadi, Lengsin Biriba Quigi, Kaikunazar Singa. Karigumba karadang chindamina bagi tanzazu koi thamzari haibasintang khanghan jaraga yaragadi loiba faudang warabsuwana laibiu haibasintang tagana no lukshebani. Ladies and gentlemen, as we now proceed to the next speaker, may I take this opportunity to invite His Highness Hanumat Prasaka Swami, Sannyasi and Guru of ISKCON, and also General Secretary of North American Institute of Oriental and Classical Studies. Ladies and gentlemen, Professor Hubert Hutchin Robinson.
Buenos tardes. I'll talk in Spanish. He was talking in Mete. It's very difficult for me to be here because the topic is so broad in many ways. And Professor Raj Mohan was mentioning that in 1974 he was here for the very first conference on this theme that Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami presented. You know? And I then joined Maharaj, Dr. Singh, in 1984. And so here we are, 84, 94, 2004, 2024. If Putin doesn't start a nuclear war, we'll be here until 2024. And I'm also planning. I'm planning on leaving my body 2024. I already have the plans, and go to my next body. So many years of working in this area, this interface, and with Bhakti Swarup Damodar and the Bhaktivedanta Institute, we organized several very powerful, very potent symposia, seminar, publications. When I joined in 1984, I think it was the first World Congress for a synthesis of science and religion. And it was in Bombay, and Rajaraman, who was chairman of the Indian Atomic Energy Commission, was present. Dalai Lama, President, was his name, Paulos Mar Gregorius. He was president of the World Council of Churches. Charles Townes, Nobel laureate in physics, he invented the laser. George Wald, Nobel laureate in chemistry. And Maurice Wilkins, so many. It was a very, very powerful meeting between Oriental and Occidental ideas, science, and religion. And then there was a second World Congress, which was held in 1997, in Kolkata. And that wasn't so effective internationally, but had a powerful effect in Calcutta, in Bengal, because Bengal had really taken to this scientific materialism to a tremendous degree. And the idea was that religion and science were completely incompatible. I think it was the Statesman, was very, very much dominated by a very materialistic, communist idea at that time. And they were, what's the word, struggling against us almost at every point. And so finally, when this Congress, the Second World Congress for a Synthesis of Science and Religion, was going to happen. It was going to happen in Science City. We actually were the first program that actually occurred there in that institute. The Statesman published a 3-page article which said, "Synthesis of Science and Religion, impossible." 3 pages of this, But the Congress was very effective, and very, very prominent scientists from the, Bengal and Indian Science Association were talking about this and how we should approach. I remember one person was saying, we should start to look at science, religion, the same way we look at science, intelligently, rationally, and using these same resources rather than trying to push it into some, vague, untouchable relationship. So it was becoming more and more effective, and finally the Statesman and other people were coming and begging for interviews and things like this and so on. So it had a very, very great effect in Bengal, which of course is important. And we did one more conference I participated in, which was the first international conference on the study of consciousness within science. Many big scientists, before that time, they said at a science conference, if you mentioned the word consciousness, everybody would look at you, like there are words I can say now which I should not say. They're taboo. I can say certain words and everybody here would, So they said that's how consciousness was in science. That he said the C word. He said consciousness. Because there was no way to understand it. It was an embarrassment, to the scientific community. So this conference, it really was the first international conference on the study of science, consciousness within science. Later, the University of Arizona organized a program with the same name, maybe 4 years later, and our directors called them and said, we already did this. And they said, well, yeah, but it wasn't really a university program and these things. And then we pointed out the quality of Nobel laureates and deans of universities, prominent scientists, psychologists, and they changed it. Second International Symposium on the Study of Consciousness Within Science. So it's a very, very big topic. It's a very important topic because, trying to understand, the keynote speaker was such a wonderful presentation. So far, all these presentations have been so exciting, illuminating. Because without this, for example, there's one very good book. I recommend everybody here, for coming to this, you must have some interest in this. You may have already read it. It's Quantum Questions by Ken Wilber. Quantum Questions by Ken Wilber. And it's an anthology. He takes Albert Einstein's thoughts on metaphysics, philosophy, de Broglie, James Jean, Heisenberg, Max Planck, and it's an incredible book on all their higher views. They had quite higher views about what they were doing, what their goal was in the beginning of science. Well, we always remember that Albert Einstein said that science can tell us how things are. Science can tell us how things are, but it cannot tell us how they should be. Yeah? So science gives a very, very accurate description of the world, yeah? But it doesn't go behind that to what is the purpose of the whole process. Many times, of course, it's there, but it's simply hedonism. Hedonism, that we're trying to perfect things in medicine, communication, defense, so that people can go on enjoying hedonistic pleasures of sensual gratification, and we can all become James Bond and kill so many people and have so many relations. So it's not discussed properly. You know? I was hearing all these presentations, and I was wondering what I was going to talk about. I'm very happy because many of the topics I thought that were important have been covered very nicely. This book, Light of the Bhagavat, is a wonderful book. You know, I'm hoping it can be translated into Manipuri language. And it's the 10th canto of Srimad Bhagavatam about this pantheistic, view of reality. A very wonderful book. Hopefully there'll be more symposia, many more. Why once a year? Many on this topic. But I thought maybe that what I could address to some degree is actually the history of science. The history of science. Anybody here, are they familiar? Historians of science? Yeah, okay, this is nice, yeah. So one very serious presentation was done in 1984 at this Congress we had on a synthesis of science and religion. And it was the keynote address, in many ways, by Professor Harvey Cox. Harvey Cox from the Harvard School of Divinity. And he made a history of the history of science. And he's pointing out it's a very broad aspect like that. So even the word, what does the word mean? Does anybody know what the word science means? Many scientists here. Knowledge. Knowledge, yeah. And it was originally came up with the Greek and the Roman culture and the word conscience, which meant a common knowledge, And in most cases it referred to a guilty knowledge. Used to talk about, he has problems with his conscience, conscience, yeah. So the word originally consciousness, science, it meant to know, and it was maybe also more of a social, it had a social aspect to it. Okay, social dimension, it had a spiritual aspect to it, a social dimension. So then, of course, the word was developing, and Harvey Cox is pointing out where is the first scientist? Who was the first scientist? Yeah. My notes here. Where are my notes? Yeah. Alfred North Whitehead. He was the Santana Professor of Philosophy at Harvard University, and he was the guru for Bertrand Russell, who became Nobel laureate, and they worked together in many areas. But he said, Whitehead said, the safest way to characterize all Western philosophy is to say that it is a footnote to Socrates. Yeah. Socrates discussed all these basic ideas about epistemology, ontology, cosmology, how do we know, what is ethics, what is morality. All these are discussed in the dialogues. Of all the dialogues, if you hadn't read any of them, the Phaedo is the very last one. And it's excellent because he's been condemned to death. And he doesn't have to take the poison. All he has to do is promise to leave Athens and never come back. And his philosophical and political opponents, that's what they thought he would do. When they convicted him of corruption, he would, leave and never come back. They never thought he would take the poison. They were, just leave. No, if I'm guilty, I should, do this. Yeah. So anyway, he's sitting there with the poison there. His disciples are there for the last time, and they have this discussion. Why don't you leave? Are you sure that you're not going to die? Are you sure the soul is immortal? So he goes through all these arguments that Immanuel Kant later brings up, and everybody else, a priori reasoning, all these things are there in this dialogue of the Phaedo with Socrates. And finally, his disciples say, he says, so any more questions? Can I go ahead and, and go to the gods now? And they look at each other and they say, in your presence, Socrates, it's impossible for anybody to have a logical argument for the non-existence of a transcendent self. You've given so many arguments about how the violin has to have a violin player, the violin has to have a violin maker. It's wood, it's leather, yeah, it's atoms and molecules, nitrogen, protein, but yeah, he gives such a point, You've discussed all these arguments. He said, but even still, we have our doubts. We're afraid. It's like little children. They have very good explanation, but when they're in a strange house and their parents close the door and they're in the room alone, hear these noises. There are monsters under the bed. Yeah. So he said we're like that. We still have our feeling that we're not satisfied. So in the inaugural address today, the keynote speech, it was such a nice presentation that Socrates says yes. Simply by rational argument, by perception of reality, you cannot come to a conclusion which will satisfy the soul. The spirit will still be looking for something more. And he said the way to acquire this is by hearing from a self-realized soul. And he said there's not a few of these in Greece and the surrounding countries who have reached this point of Brahman, realizing I'm not this body, I am immortal. What I am, okay, that's a higher spiritual development. But at least, maybe religion tries to achieve this, but at least to realize that I'm not this body. He says you have to hear from somebody who's realized it daily. And so the Bhagavatam says the same thing. Nityam Bhagavata Sevaya, Bhagavati Uttama Shloke, Bhakti Bhavati Naistaki. So this is recommended by Christ, by everybody, that the process is to hear from somebody who's realized that the spiritual potential, the spiritual fact, through their own consciousness, their austerities, their instructors. And then they've come to this point of realizing, no, there's something more than matter, So it's there within Socrates. And Socrates was very religious. He was going to many festivals celebrating the devas and the demigods. I mean, who was Socrates' disciple? Nobody knows. Plato, right? Plato, okay, yeah. And he carried on. Actually, of course, he's all we know of Socrates. No, there are other sources also describing him. But he carried forth the ideas, and he had the academy, and very powerful, influential person. He was the Brahmin advisor for great kings and people like that. Okay, then who was his disciple? Plato? Aristoteles, yeah. So Socrates, Plato, Aristotle. He was saying they were becoming a little bit more materialistic with every generation. Aristotle is, he did, what's it called? Entomology? The study of bugs. Is it called entomology? He was drawing pictures of bugs and analyzing and classifying them. He did drama. All of our Western drama theory comes from Aristotle, whereas in the Vedic tradition comes from Bharata Muni, and there's very nice contrasts in these areas. Yeah. So he was a very prototype scientist, and he had, of course, advantage of Euclidean geometry, Euclid's ideas of points and lines, and so he was a very, very powerful person, and tremendous study of all different species of life and so many things like that. But it was lost. Completely lost to the Western tradition. The Western tradition comes out of the Jewish and Christian tradition, combines with the Greek tradition, then goes to Rome, and eventually it came to Europe. You know? And then, through the Islamic tradition, through Averroes and others, it came into Spain, Aristotle's tradition. So Christianity was preaching a very simple monotheistic, and many times, very admittedly, many times it was a very corrupt, community of people exploiting people by using their so-called positions as Brahmins or priests or something. They're very admitted. But something was going through. And there were revelations by different saints of their experiences of very beatific states of consciousness, very bhava experiences, which were not psychological hallucinations. You know? So it was doing well, but then came the age of reason, right? And people started to look at things rationally, and all these different ideas were coming in. So that's when Averroes and Plato and Aristotle came in through Spain, and two people, Saint Bonaventura and Saint Thomas Aquinas. Have you heard of St. Thomas Aquinas at all? He's a little famous in the West. Okay. So there again, within the Christian church, they were very powerful leaders, acharyas, with many thousands of followers, and arguing with different other groups and currents. And this is all of Western history. People were involved, all of Western culture, which dominates our ideas now. So they both took their diplomas in philosophy from the University of Paris at the same time. The history is that St. Bonaventura was there and St. Thomas Aquinas, and they started arguing over who should take the diploma first, because whoever takes it first is more prestigious, But because they were Christians, they were both pushing the other to take it first. No, you're greater than I am. No, you're greater than I am. No, you take it first. So all the examiners are waiting until these priests decide who is the most humble. And St. Thomas Aquinas lost, so he took it first. But the crucial point is that St. Thomas Aquinas' idea of nature, science, reality was analytical. His idea is that if you want to understand a kangaroo, first you cut off his legs, then you cut off his arms, then you take his eyeballs out, then you cut him open and take out his liver, take out his brains. Analysis, catabolism, metabolism, breaking, understand by cutting down and breaking. Okay, now we understand the kangaroo. Do we? It's dead. There's no kangaroo left. I mean, it's good for certain ways of understanding. Analysis is good. But St. Bonaventura's idea was synthetic. Synthetic. If you want to understand a kangaroo, you go out and you watch them and you see what kind of things they're eating, you offer different kinds of foods, you start to understand their cultural relationships, these things like that. And pretty much you're accepted by them, and you can understand how they're living, and you can pass this on in practical things in terms of agriculture and protecting agricultural fields, and we have a very, very powerful project like the one that Dhruva grew up on in Canada, in Vancouver, and they have bears there, many bears, and bears love carrots. They love carrots. So whenever the devotees would plant carrots, the bears would dig them up, eat all the carrots. And the devotees wouldn't shoot the bears, and the bears figured that out pretty quick. They figured out these guys are not going to shoot us, go away, I'm going to eat all of your carrots. But then some people were synthetic, and they started, watching the bears and becoming friends with them and so on. Then they discovered that bears love carrots, but they hate beets. They hate beets. So if you plant the carrots and the beets together, the bears can't figure out which is one is which, and they disappear. Okay. Now I'm talking out of my nose. Yeah. So that was all that was required. Just plant some beets along with your carrots, and you didn't have to shoot the bears or anything else. So that was St. Bonaventura's idea about how our study of nature should develop. We should be synthetic. We should work with it. We should try to understand it. We should be humble. You know? And St. Thomas Aquinas' idea was no, analyze, control, isolate the system, separate yourself. You are the unknown knower. You're God. You know? And unfortunately, or something, the Pope said St. Thomas Aquinas' ideas will be our official ideas in all of our communities, all of our universities, everything else. So you can see that science has developed along very specific ideas and branches which weren't necessarily, you know, we're looking at them now, all that, you know, perfect. You know? Originally in Western philosophy, that was dominant. Of course, theology was the major, you know, branch in Western culture. But within philosophy, there was philosophy of aesthetics. What is good? What is beautiful? And this is, of course, there in Vedic culture also. Then there was a philosophy of ethics. What is right? What is wrong? Then there was philosophy of nature, right? And that was science. And science was the philosophy of nature, you know, nature. Even now in Oxford University, officially the head department or head school is the School of Divinity. And other departments like science officially are still, you know, considered within that perspective. Yeah. So this philosophy of nature, science, was developing, and it was developing along certain lines because of St. Thomas and St. Bonaventura. You know? And then there's coming to the more modern world. The American Association for the Advancement of Science. How many people know about this? AAAS. You know about this? No? Yeah. This is the most powerful, right? Yeah, it's the most powerful science organization in the world. Well, at least in the United States, yeah. But it is very powerful. So one year, when we were in San Francisco with the Bhaktivedanta Institute, they had their annual convention in San Francisco. And of course the newspapers had so many articles about different events that were going on so people could participate. And one of them was a continuous screening of like the 25 best science movies
to take a step.
Were produced that year. The AAAS decided, these were very, very excellent, you know, movies, educational films, and science. So I went there. It was free. It was very nice. I learned so much for free. I would just sit there and watch a good movie and learn about so many things. Yeah, yeah. But one of them was produced by the British Broadcasting Corporation, which, of course, again, is a very powerful, respectable educational institution. And the title of the movie was Science, ... Fiction, like that. And it was mostly narrated by one young British philosopher, about 37 years old. And one of their main leitmotifs was a very old medieval Gothic chapel, you know, made of stone, sitting there, very beautiful chapel. But just the other side of the fence were four radio telescope dishes. So it made a very, very strong visual contrast between the Gothic chapel and the radio telescopes, just sitting there side by side. And they did a tremendous investigation on epistemology and science, how we know things, how it developed, why it developed. The British were a seafaring nation, and they had to have a good way to tell time. You can't tell where you are after 2 months in the ocean without an excellent chronometer. So they developed this fantastic chronometer that would float, you know, with springs and things like that. And even though the ship is moving, the chronometer would still swing. Fantastic development in understanding what is time, and so many things, motivated by their particular political interests and things like that, you know. So and then it went into modern science and how it's actually being done, because science says we perform an experiment, and then somebody else can perform the same experiment, and somebody else can perform it, and that way it's an objective experience that people can understand. You know? So actually talking to big leading edge quantum mechanics laboratories in Russia, Moscow, Stanford University, and they weren't doing that. They were making improvements. They were making adjustments. Nobody was really repeating what other people were doing. You do that in chemistry 1A, you do that, right? But everybody else, you know. So anyway, it was very, very excellent. And of course, we can't discuss everything today. But the conclusion of the movie, and it's amazing that AAAS, you know, liked this so much. When the whole movie finishes after this, what is science? What is the history? This young British philosopher is concluding in the background, and the image is of a rocket, maybe like, you know, 3 meters, no, 10 meters across, maybe 3 stories tall, and it's taking off in slow motion, and all the smoke and the fire is roaring out, and the gantry is falling away, and it's just rising up like that. And this British philosopher says, science is not powerful. Science is not powerful because it is true. Science is true because it is powerful. Yeah. Pragmatic decisions. Science gives us atomic bombs. Science gives us birth control pills. You know. Same 2 things. Fighting, and social, sexual relations. It's back to the beasts. You know. So this is maybe one point that, again, spirituality enters in with a concern, especially for why we do things. Of course, in the general sense, spirituality includes physical knowledge. Maybe I'll go back a little bit and make this same point. Sir Isaac Newton, who is considered by many people the greatest scientist who ever lived, you know, until 18 years old, he was studying theology, like so many people, Latin, all these things, the scriptures, the commentaries. But from 18 to 21 years old, he engaged in the study of natural philosophy. He engaged in the study of philosophy of nature. He discovered the laws of mechanics. He discovered the law of gravity. He discovered the laws of optics. You couldn't calculate the orbits of planets, so he and Leibniz invented calculus, all within 3 years. Yeah, this is enough for any one of those, enough for Nobel laureate. And then after that, 18 to 21, he went back to scriptural references and things like that. And people asked him, well, why did you leave theology? Why did you engage in this materialist study of nature? And he was a little surprised, and he said, because there are two books for understanding God. You know, one is the Bible, and the other is nature, where God is writing with his own hand, like that. So this is the motivation that was there in science. It was to see, is there a God? Well, things are happening like this and that. What's happening? And he had exactly the same conclusion as Socrates, that simply by rational empiricism, direct perception, using mathematics and so on, you cannot arrive at a definite conclusion. The indication is that yes, there is somebody controlling this. There's some controlling force. It's a man or a woman or a giant pig with a red stick, Varaha. Yeah. But the indication is this is the way to investigate. Yeah. And he said that has to come from scriptural resources, from where God has spoken and people have passed it down. So it's kind of, I guess, our only contribution today is that this confluence of our perspective of science and spirituality is that from our perspective, science is a part of spirituality. And the spirituality, when it matures, indicates, you know, the next step, which is monotheism and that kind of investigation. But that then lies outside of the range of modern universities. You don't talk about that usually in university. So here I'll stop with the spirit. Okay. Thank you all very much.
Thank you so very much to His Highness Hanumat Prasaka Swami, Sannyasi and Guru of ISKCON, as well as the General Secretary of North American Institute of Oriental and Classical Studies, Professor Hubert Hutchin Robinson, for that wonderful and very effective and enlightening speech of yours regarding the cultivation of the human spirit. As we, the materialistic man, always ask this question, and you have answered that question very, very rightly, I must say. Amutang hanna lengsin beriba kwai taradagi swami gidang tahu buku bam teng temizak. Maraktan nang science u thamjaba dune koi lengsin beriba singna hoi waram gani haibudi khangjei tobudubu koi gi leiba speaker sing sina magi oiba presentation lanthok pasi loidri phobudang di sai phampham langda dumak lengsin biu haibasu tang thamjabani madugi hek matung de koi cultural program amasu yamna akhanna Jain Dance Academy gi mahiroi singi dugumba khudol thamjari madugi matungda lengsin biriba kwai tara madi days leibiriba kai kunriba singa kai gum khradang chendamina bagi dungba tanja su thamjari habasi thamjaraga mutang hanna loiba phawdang li lengdana dumak leibiu haidana thamjabani thakje phongdukchari makha chathajarak poina ahum suba wangang loi, the third speaker of this international seminar on the cultivation of the human spirit, Confluence of Science and Spirituality ki speaker oina patang leijari basi. May I now invite the Vice Chancellor of Dhanmanjari University, Mengwananga the Professor N. Raj Mohan Singh.
A very good afternoon. Mayam punamopu ahamam kurekogna kurumjari. Respected Dhruva Oshia, cultural anthropologist and alumnus, Deakin University. Respected Professor Hoover Hutchin Robinson, H. Hanumat Prasaka Swami, Sannyasi and Guru, ISKCON, and a General Secretary, NIOS. Distinguished invitees, professors, research scholars, students, and media persons. At the outset, I would like to thank especially officials of ISKCON to initiate such a wonderful and important international seminar on cultivation of the human spirit, confluence of science and spirituality. This is one of the emerging field, and it is very, very important also. And these two esteemed guests has already highlighted excellent, and they have made excellent presentations in connection with this topic. And also, Dr. Kadam Ebotombi, our teacher, also had given very nicely his keynote address. Very important, this is, and very nice also. And mine is just to supplement. It is in a very, very lighter vein. I was discussing, sir, about how I become interested about this topic. That was in 1974, when I was studying in DM College of Science in PUC, pre-university. 73, 74 was pre-university class I was doing in DM College of Science. At that time, no classification science arts come. Then DM College, under Gauhati University. And then Swamiji Damodarji came, and he gave a talk regarding science and spiritual. That inspired me a lot. And even after reading that, after attending that talk, I started collection of books on spiritual. That time, one small bookstore was there in Thangal Bazaar, and they sell many books about Swami Vivekananda, 30 paisa, 50 paisa, 75 paisa, like that. So many books I have collected, and it inspired me a lot about the science and the spiritual. Of course, I am not an expert of that, just some collections I had already done. Of course, and once in International Conference of ISKCON, I presented once. And Indian Philosophical Society, that was hosted by Manipur University, I presented twice in this topic. Now, I thought to refine this topic, but there was no time, so I have to present in the formal form, because many changes are coming now. Anyway, please. I think it is very difficult to read.
Sorry. So my topic will be on symbiosis of science and spirituality, a paradigm shift for world peace and sustainable development. Next, please. As we look at the world scenario today, there is a near anarchical condition where violence has become a way of life. Law and order appear to have collapsed. Humanity's ethical, moral, and spirituality development has not kept pace with the explosive progress of material technology, and this imbalance threatens to destabilize and even destroy human civilization. In this modern scientific age we call science and technology, which have certainly contributed towards the progress and well-being of mankind in many fields. Ironically, however, increasingly visible side effects of industry and technology confront us with such grave dangers as environmental hazards, shortage of natural resources, and nuclear war. Next, please. Masing ngai boy na ina kitang mayam la thamjaning isi sigi kanosi topic sida yam important orisi matam amagi matam da before industrial revolution and the scientific science ki field si yam na wangkating mamang da long back before coming of modern science religion ki concept sina yam na matam amada yam na dominate tormi even Socrates time mamang da ko adigi matung ta with the coming of this modern science and after Copernicus lab matungda matang lab the modern science amu asukma yamna wankala paita adana anigi balancing se chandaktaba adana hanigi amana levisna aikoigi amgi nungi oiba thamoigi oiba thought panova sigi wakalom da changsinba subjective oiba oiramane ma hanigi aikoigi philosophical and spiritual and religion gi world sina science and technology gi world sina materialistic oiba yam objective oiba approach mo oiba aduna akoigi science study akone xyz coordinates torga mathematics sinaraga natural gi law me am singse natural gi phenomena me am gi kari nu ha ji khangna na bo khona ba ani ne ba ko achumba thiba ngaktani truth search for the truth ngaktadi oiba perspective si tongan tongan yeng mi yeng ne ana matama gi lairamba religion gi concept ki oiba perspectives ka hauji ki orek leba modern science ki perception anisiga anisi chanak ta yaraktre amana dominate ta usi yada amana yamna dominate tore kudong kanu miyobe ko character environment character nature character adige animaxi lamina bagi yamna balancing oidu yamna daka or kwata adugi ne si topics lives anyway I mara to explain to and this indicates an accelerated erosion of human values and ethical standards leading inevitably to the nullification of achievements of modern science. A full and balanced life would mean not only enhancement of the external quality of life, which science promotes, but also more importantly, the dominance of abiding spiritual values. Researching the life and works of several prominent scientists, such as Newton, Pasteur, Planck, Einstein, Schrödinger, and many more scientists discovers that many of them were inclined towards spirituality. So even the modern contemporary thinkers like many of the Nobel laureates in physics, biology, chemistry, peace, including Professor Townes, Nobel laureate in physics, Werner Abel, biology, even the Dalai Lama is also included, and the Sigmund Freud. This is a science of who work on the science of dreams, and Karl Popper, greatest philosopher of the 20th century. Many personalities explored that there is the link between science and spirituality in several areas. During the past century, especially during the last 4 or 5 decades, there has been numerous attempts for scientific orientation of spirituality and spiritual orientation of science. What is science? Sir also asks, what is science? The object of science is to know the nature of reality in the physical realm. All scientific exploration aims at discovering certain secrets behind the forces and the phenomena of nature and understanding the laws underlying them. Scientific knowledge is such knowledge as can be physically demonstrated or experimented or tested or can be verified by methodological observation or mathematical calculations or can be proved on the basis of the discovered laws of nature. Next, please. And what is spirituality? Spirituality is awareness of one true identity, the inherent, the inseparable and eternal quality or attribute of non-physical entity or dimensionless entity or contingent entity called soul, atma, or the spirit, or sometimes people call God also. Spirituality deals with the various states and the levels of soul and also of various forms of manifestations such as thought, judgment, memory, belief, learning, outlook, attitude, sanskar, etc. Spirituality has evidence that supports in affirmation about the existence of soul and its belief that soul is eternal and immortal. Spirituality is not a system of worship or rituals, but just positive attitudes towards self and others, resulting in joy rather than struggle. Spirituality is discovering one's true self and self-worth, which are concealed deep down within by detaching the mind from the physical body and bodily objects. In short, spirituality means to gain insights into the self, God relationship and the life, to understand the laws of life and their applications, to give true meaning of life, to change ourselves through conscious choices. Above all, spiritual awareness is the inner journey which transcends human physiology and psychology to bring perpetual peace, bliss, and purity to the aspirant. Next, please. Science and spirituality for world peace. Science has made tremendous progress and helped humanity in many ways. On the other hand, the progress of spiritual understanding in relation to deeper, eternal aspects of reality has not been so rapid or marked. In spite of monumental achievements of science, the dark side of science is that it also has the potential to demolish humanity from murder art in the form of nuclear, chemical, biological, and other high-tech bombs, which are all products of science. The fanatic and misguided section of the society misuses these very sophisticated weapons for annihilating precious and innocent human lives, as well as other forms of life. Next, please. In the last 20th century, at least 110 million people killed in 250 wars, including World War I and II. More than 6 million people, Jews, and 5 million others were killed in the Nazi Germany concentration camps during Second World War. Millions and millions, around 600 million of small arms, including bombs and pistons, are circulating, including in this part of the region, northern region, to kill 5 lakhs people per year. We still remember September 1, 2011 terrorist attack on World Trade Center, Hiroshima and Nagasaki episode, tragic episodes that killed around 2 lakh people. The high-tech political and terrorist activities seem to have shocked the world by gross misuse of science and religion combined. Here, Bhakta Swami Damodar made his remark is, I quote, "Tragedy took place on September 11, 2001. We wonder what the meaning of scientific civilization is," unquote. Next, please. The strife-ridden world urgently needs peace to lead a tension-free life. Under the background, peace efforts must be channeled in a right direction. Many eminent thinkers, including scientists as well as theologians, have deeply pondered over the common grounds of science and spirituality for solving many problems of the world. A balanced approach between scientific temper and spiritual values should be ensured. This is the time to have or to synthesize the head of science and the heart of arts. The former President of India, APJ Abdul Kalam, who is also India's foremost pioneer scientist in the field of space and missile technologies, inaugurated the International Peace Summit in New Delhi during December 7 to 10, 2003, in partnership with the Council for a Parliament of World's Religion. In his speech, he stated emphatically that science and spirituality should join hands to help bring peace to the world. Next, please. There is some similarities between science and spirituality. The following are some of the areas where science and spirituality has similarity. Complementary role of science and spirituality. Supplementary roles of science and spirituality. Number 3, role of science and spirituality in the source of origin of life and its value. Role of science and spirituality in studying the nature of consciousness. The role of faith in science and spirituality or religion. The role of science and spirituality in understanding the purpose behind the universe. The role of science and spirituality for resolving ethical challenges and achieving world peace. These are very, very big topics. Yam chau topic akdane amamul nagot badako. Aduna akoina khanbe akoina ngasi mi ba akoina live akoisi individual akoi masam kari gidamak da live no kari purpose kino kanan form tori no. Si hangol yam du baita. How the origin is started. If we started from the Big Bang theory, how you found us solve to bungam time 0 level, space 0 singam drip. 10 to the power minus 37 seconds. Just pokai Big Bang program 10 to the power minus exponential. She's Octopagi, the universe is expanding. Has she masih proof tahu ini Hubble telescope putuk bagi koi Nobel Prize pigris. Ado hawi am lurisi just nothing to cuk jorba of universe or pai se. Angak popot amane. Ana 10 to the power minus 34 second gi matung dane aku na scientifically aku na khud thawi haris. Semua sum cok tu ke sum picture la question time 0 space 0 da Big Bang horpagi time 0 do adu hawi khangmang amdri. Aku na asymptotically graphically aku na extrapolate tahu hiwana. Adra madu thiwa dane scientists may ang ngawris. Even Stephen Hawking mauda madu yam ngaw hebo. Haidi madugi if we want to solve the problem, this problem of origin of universe at time 0 space 0 masi mathematically sinaraga solve tawna hona matamda we need 12 coordinates change. 12 coordinates are required to solve this problem, but it's impossible. Science thing hamwefsi. Maram da when apply to this x y z coordinate am based on it. Then 4 dimension is coming, and it is very difficult task. But from the religious point of view and spiritual point of view, they should sanction scientists go sanction sanction and see punchil agadi here na phaba collaborative when sanction matam here na phaba idea lakwe knowledge lakwe haiba amasu mayam khanari absi yam chaw topic ne very big topic and panjabi one aduga akona hangbe science na proof tawung ando mayam slay even sir also explained about the Heisenberg's uncertainty principle and the de Broglie's wave equation wave particle duality harish atma hai akona posak na tie material na tie xyz coordinate than bia pon na tie aduga sai gi wave nature lai atom sisu ko electron gi wave nature lai ar particle nature lai aduna sai gi ani sigi combined form da ko gi extraordinary wave equation harish for a dynamic particle. It is very difficult to find how absolute truth puthok so amam ama truth phangna bhona mada amra kare kane amra puthona bhona amra kare kane hadi ama exact location phangna bhona mada velocity the kaya momentum the kaya momentum clearly phangna bhona mada the som kaya I the wave particle nature se wave se phajana define to no bhona mada the particle nature kaya particle is phajana define to no wave kaya and see uncertainty principle hai se. And scientists, we scientists or human beings are part of nature, and it will be impossible to solve the problem of the universe. She solved the nature. She plop ako na ngamning yam nakin madi. Truth, sige 100% pangbadi masi thaja bagi wang matane. Parandi miyo ko is part of nature ne. And sige adana miyo bagi wang muda, scientists ki wang muda, spiritualists ki wang muda, some unknown force or big designer amal layang gatra hai basically wakalon sine yam ching yam ki yam nang ngris mama ne masa nung si kari no kana khumdoi no kari manang no why mother loves child yam luye ba ansar pi ba si sathi re hariba nongsa kai sahom moi masa nung si kari namuk nung si no si question hangi mo yam lu thok pai tar adu akoi sigi laiba koi human beings and nature and mother art living arts kananda vidamukta we have to go hand in hand science and spiritual natraga dinga sa hagi bidu adu problem so tholoku ye hauji prithvi se tungang laiba nuclear bomb je 5,000 ki matak nuclear weapons in the name of security and safeguard developed countries and underdeveloped countries is total like that high masigi bomb je TNT if this 8 billion population prithvi da level naha ahan khakna religion gi akoi gi khena ba khaidna kuju komen khaidna pilap yenthokpa mipum amamam de yenthokpa matamna khoi TNT mangar gan thumne mi mamda bomb je adana hanagi Hiroshima and Nagasaki da thokiba little boy and fat boy had the hojiki nuclear bomb jing yamu matamda di moisi bombla masa on gre adun harbi sigi stokyam laba sigi nuclear stock pile le se masi kanan kan mangam gudege and that was one of the international conference one economist Nobel laureate highlighted that he gave the keynote address I for maming the call re aina khanwa rongi international conference to Mali madraman hairisi now we are just standing on the top of a volcano which is trying to erupt. And the science ki group amas mai phaman ba Ari spirituality is kamusina sumain paman ba religion kamusina. Ari kudomi si science from han tilab. We get Nobel laureates na. Kaya hay no use scientists and scientists and technologists can control these nuclear weapons, nuclear bombs. Si kan mangam do si only this spiritualist human lap the thajaba, soul the thajaba, nungyo ba wakalan the thajaba, spiritual kamusina human lap say. Masina kalaga mas maina si suholo idrina. And the pretty busy tungna legidorina. Adana karigumba Hitler gumba yamna Satiba negative mindset level Nipan Kakachuroba. Arita the pretty busy 50 times Upul Olamanga born a village. Kizaki Kaibanataba 50 times Upul Olamanga, other nuclear weapons, a pretty tunga layer. How is Japan the Tadi of the Pacific whenever? Are they bombed? A week later, she sang the road, and now and more bombs are yet to come. Madam, the way population, we need energy. And energy is sufficient when we don't hen satisfied putologadore. But she never has a human mindset and consciousness, human mindset is very, very important. A way mere when a population with Tumpani, whatever she know Puma Maminaba. I don't know, Sagi, Masi, Putola, population. Mere population exponential growth life man tango laitana PTV living planet is hingana with the makta spiritual wakalon ja sangan the so ya and the shik balance aeroplane ki masana ma tat kren klase usi ek parambo usa masasina masana ma pandra kanda usi ru pai bi yaro and this science and spirituality there should be two wings of a bird. They are the two wings of an aeroplane. She consider nakalamana hekli hengi beratum lakne. And this balancing is very, very important. So this confluence of science and spiritual is very, very important and very, very pertinent in this modern era. Anyway, so mankind needs knowledge which is strengthened and supported by science and spirituality. Albert Einstein rightly said, science without religion is blind and religion without science is lame. Unquote. Next, please. Science and spirituality together can ensure constant peace, progress, and prosperity. Many physicists like Heisenberg, Schrödinger, Copenhagen, Pico Capra, David Bohm, and many others have aware of this parallelism. The confluence of modern science and on the idea of Indian Vedanta philosophy is an important field of study in modern times to which an increasing number of thinkers is slowly turning their attention. It's very, very important. The Vedantic approach is very, very important. One scientist wrote a book, and it is with me. I think it might be from Canada. He's from engineering section. And he wrote a book, that name of the book is Physics and the Vedanta. As Professor is saying about this quantum approach, is also very nice, very interesting also. How this spirituality and this quantum mechanics mathematically can combine science and spirituality. And this spirituality part, he used this Vedantic concept. And from the scientific part, he used from quantum mechanics. Quantum mechanics and the Vedanta, this parallelism or confluence is very, very important. So if science and spirituality had played complementary roles, the world would have become veritable paradise. Next, please. Supplementary roles of science and spirituality. We find many scientists like Pico Capra, who wrote The Tao of Physics and The Web of Life. Very interesting books. Talking about the Eastern technique of discovering the ultimate truth and of a kind of parallelism that is there between discoveries made by science in the West and spirituality in East. So Eastern philosophy and the Western science, now it is time to combine, to go hand in hand. The understanding of the self is necessary in order to discover the meaning of life and purpose of our existence. Science and spirituality must therefore supplement each other for the objective of both and to discover the truth, the real truth. Next, please. In fact, it has been scientifically tested that Spiritual meditation releases man's mind from tension and given him deep experience of peace and also the abilities to concentrate better and think more clearly and to have control over one's thought process and emotion. It gives a person inner satisfaction, contentment, and enkindles his intuitive faculty and brings about an enhancement of one's personality and quantities of the head and the heart. Next, please. There is some link between science and spirituality. Science and spirituality can be linked in several areas, some of which are outlined below. Role of science and spirituality in the search for the origin of life and its value. Many chemists and biologists feel that life is a product of the combination of molecules and it should be possible to create life within the laboratory. However, chemical revolutions face a very difficult task explaining the origin of life within their scientific framework. People tried from the molecular point of view what is life, but it is still facing problems. From the holistic concept of life, we can see that material life as well as we all know, has a physical body which is made up of complex molecules, mind and intelligence, and a spiritual life, particularly called Atma or soul. All the spiritual traditions proclaim that Atma or soul is not made up of molecules. Rather, it is beyond molecules. DNA molecules or enzymes or carbohydrates is not life. The body is meaningful as long as the Atma is within our body. Unless the spiritual dimension of life is known, one cannot speak about the value of life, which includes peace. Next. Lord Kelvin said, I quote, with regard to the origin of life, science positively affirms creative power, unquote. And even Louis Pasteur, the great chemist, also said, science brings men nearer to God. The more I study nature, the more I stand amazed at the works of the Creator, unquote. Professor Aver, Nobel laureate in biology, said, I quote, although I'm a biologist, I must confess that I do not understand how life came about. The most primitive cell may require at least several hundreds of specific biological macromolecules. How such an already quite complex structure may become together and remains a mystery to me. The possibility of existence of a creator or God represents to me a satisfactory solution to this problem, unquote. And Professor Aver and this Professor Wall, the two Nobel laureates, also had done lots of work in this area. And they have explored the issue of the chemical origin of life. And one of the opinions that life is possibly beyond molecules. So with molecular level, molecular framework, we are unable to explain what is life. Next, please. The role of science and spirituality in studying the nature of consciousness. In materialistic thinking, elementary particles make atoms. Atoms make molecules. Molecules make neurons. Neurons make brain, and brains make consciousness. According to Vedic scientific views, there are 8.4 into 10 to the power 6 varieties of life, microorganisms, which includes microorganisms, plants, aquatics, birds, reptiles, animals, humanoids, and human beings. So many diversity, and counted on the basis of different species having similar states and degrees of consciousness. And in recent times, there is a growing interest to investigate consciousness among quantum physicists and neurophysiologists, cognitive philosophers, and specialists. Arthur Eddington, William James, Newman, E. Wagner, Erwin Schrödinger, Roger Penrose, who got Nobel Prize very recently, and Niels Bohr and George Walsh are some of the pioneers in the study of consciousness. Very recently again, with the fusion of modern quantum revolution, then computer revolution and biological revolution, and also a holistic approach of computer, artificial intelligence, and neurologists and biologists. They are trying to convert, or they are trying to transfer the human consciousness, our consciousness, to computer. It is a big project now going on in the European region as well as in USA also. How, whether we will be able to transfer our consciousness to computer. If once it is transferred, then so many changes may come up. Of course, some ethical problems may also crop up when it is possible. Anyway, they are trying their best level by using the holistic approach of these different fields of science and technology. According to Arthur Eddington, I quote, those who are in search for truth start from consciousness as a sheet of self-knowledge. Those who start from consciousness as a device for reading the indicators of spectroscopes and micrometers, unquote. And even this Wegener, the great mathematician and physicist, he said, I quote, physicists have found it impossible to give a satisfactory description of atomic phenomena without reference to consciousness. So consciousness role while studying even peace also, it is very, very important now. According to Penrose, we certainly don't believe that consciousness can be understood in terms of present-day science. Scientists like Penrose are advocating the need of a new science to satisfactorily explain the phenomena of consciousness. Others like Max Planck, Niels Bohr also admit that consciousness cannot be understood within the scientific framework. So we need another framework of that is spiritual framework is also very much needed to understand clearly. According to Swami Damodarji, I quote, in the Vedantic tradition, consciousness is the symptom of life. All life forms have consciousness of different degrees. Even microbes have consciousness, albeit at a very, very low level, unquote. Next. And according to George Wall, Nobel laureate in biology, I quote, I think E. coli is also having intelligence because when it is looking for food, it is searching for food in the manner we human beings do, unquote. Consciousness study has long been a part of spiritual wisdom. When the mind is fully trained and the consciousness is fully purified, a person can transcend the temptations caused by the gross senses. When such a stage is achieved, a person can certainly develop a culture of lasting peace. Next, please. According to His Holiness Dalai Lama, the Nobel laureate in peace said, I quote, a synthesis of science and religion is possible at a personal level as well as on the plane of consciousness, unquote. And Albert Einstein again said, I quote, everyone who is seriously involved in the pursuit of science become convinced that a spirit is manifest in the laws of the universe, a spirit vastly superior to that of men, unquote. Sidaneva, akoina science ki greatest 20th century Albert Einstein masamang na bawd hairisi aikoi miyoy bana scientist aikoina absolute truth putok sing ngamune habi thajabon leite aduna mayam si akoi gi miyoy bedigi hena wangraba awangwa thake kuna isor haigadra god haigadra sigi some designer amal leirabra habi sigi wakhalon sine akoi scientist na sangsing gadreba technology sangsing gadreba spiritualist or akoi mayam sangsing gadrise masi nearer to god tana bane tasena exactly god oibadi I think more impossible. We can have a walk along after never. Other pretty tang to let on later. Mue hang out, we say, we are tin cogen microbe later, may see. I think about planets, tang to let on, later with the mocta. I go masigi, and she told the body at the heaven. Balancing the shem the way at him. How you keep dinosaurs in a palamiba, pretty is the palamiba, millions of years. I'm panning. A quay mue, a quina, lady, million yam three. And a million Makatan, Amuk Kid Salway, there was a big question later. Later was changing scenery was it? A quick climate change issue laiba deforestation problem laiba problem ngakne ho thengri mayam sing masina akoina masina khajana khalodragadi haiba science ni spiritual gi wakalon siga iroina na sigi yamna phajaba balancing amaga loina sangsi logdagdi akoi mother earth shape to bong amudaba yai already build out of the billions and billions of stars it is the only living planet we call mother earth and masila itabu matam da jibe akoi prithvi sidagi ahing ba haiba wahi se akoi gi dictionary da su mangi ne prithvi malem dik mutki dorine and masi kandaba se ya de miyo ba kanbada na sanga uche we ating kawgi ma mi kandaba yaro mother earth kandaba yaro hebne and masi kange hebtari today's topic is very very important. Confluence of science and very important. She told us, when I saw it, brought one month of the way. Tawado, Masi Hingana with the Mukta. Kananda went out with me, Equimuxi Kanana with them. She told the Yadava, topic, Amani, Yam Stawa Topini, Yam Lubu Topini, with holistically sanctioned Sanganis. And Professor Josephson also advocated the presence of a super degenerate. And the theory is that that introducing the concept of intelligence will be way to synthesize science and the religion or spiritual heritage. But in the Moxie, and this is synthesis to Boogie, Quiggy, Daka, Way Haiba, Mayam Dainisum, like Mayam de Kongazavani, Away, Honorable Wigam, respected, whatever, with Guru, Guru, Away Damo the Swamina, Ibirama like Mayam is Kongi Mayam. I ato paina collection to the like my amsing the gish sagalaga tigalaga kanan kari hide to tigabay type in the Pusinjera. I some specializing or vicinity palm the baggism Nigeruni. I don't must say share to Japan. And see, I'm not telling I am lady, I'm important of area money. How you so more and more scientists and technologists and philosophers, many icons, ma'am, from the Sankshilay spiritually walk along it. Anadi. How you talk the meal and a kong taro matam, I'm going to come Adumagi, under Bifasa, Tadago matam, I am hiding it. Masuma said, Tazet the Batain, how you get more discipline the Kairis. Adna, the great astrophysicist, our Indian origin scientist, Sobramanand Chandrasekhar, for his work on the birth and the death of a star, Chandrasekhar limit put the Nobel Prize Pangrava, Sobramanand Chandrasekhar, we scientists are also human beings. We should not be isolated from the society. We should not forget our morality, discipline, ethics, and aesthetics kind of issue. Truth and beauty, aesthetics, and motivation of science and issue. But I'm the Pajavita, and I'm talking Nobel Prize, Pangaro, Matungus, Matam, Kumdanareva. Masiki Mang links make a quiggy, Lapiba was a Maggie, Sagi, Wazachi, Mama Samaxi, Electronistagi, B. Louis. Mother Lord Matuna Manhaji. Quantum chemistry mukta quantum mukta pune quantum de amukta matan biology mukutare na toris and how she amna satire she this 21st century probably the century of biological science have she work any have thajabas later most of the scientists and philosophers scientists and technologists we could tare she okay biological science ang performance lakadore masa in panjagi quantum revolution biological revolution plus computer revolution ahumsi punsim baga iroinena nano science and nanotechnology sangselak basiga iroinena space ki science to honglakadaba material science to honglakadaba every field of science lakadore and the embryonic science will be so high so developed now so we scientists are trying to produce human beings at laboratory mapa mama sakhangaba it may be within before 2050 mamangita and high Dr. Huxley na long back man prediction torment he satruki matung topi hai adu modern scientists mayam sing sina akogi physiologists mayam sing hai si Dr. Huxley hai ju chumya adu madi yam sangman gare hanegi century ju choin tholagani high laboratory se with the coming of cloning lakpadagi de ko test you baby putol kudum kharsa mame hojiki high basiki cloning stage or kadi yam sathibam lakadore aduna akogi embryonic laboratory laiba stem science ki reverse osmosis ki reverse engineering technology na putol kudum yam singsina we may be able now to produce 5 types of human beings in the laboratory they have already given their surname haitare ko akogi jumna masak khangna naba masak alpha beta gamma Omega and epsilon hana makal mangagi miyobesi laboratory puthona by the kanna honari and high evoco. Madukari more like hen colosebo. पुथोबं गमी है न खलसेबा मदुर लाकदोरिबा मसिगी मदुगी अखोगी करी हनी मदुर लाको इथिकल प्रॉब्लम्स मयाम से ममा मापा मसा खंगरोइदबने हाइरेबा मीसे क्लोनिंग हाइसिगी खुलाइसे कनोसी टेक्नोलॉजी हेक पानबा मतमदा चाप मानबा मीसे लिसिंग अमा पुथोगे मिलियन पुथोगे बिलियन पुथोगे यारगदोरि तौदोरिसे अरे कनाना कनानो खंगनर ओइदरियो असेंग ममाना गर्भनुंगदगी पुथोलकबा थातरा नौपुर पुथोलकबा ममागा मचागी नुक्सिबसे लेबोरेटरी लेरपा हुई लेबगुमने लेरपा आंगांगदो ममा अमन सेन हेंकल मदु नुक्सिबदु पोलकद्रा पोलक हेंकल संसार सोसाइटी कार्यकनि सोसाइटी कार्य टेंशन लाने क्या थोलकने so many ethical problems may crop up sia chaw issue ni thingubdi ngamore scientists ni thingusong ngamoy moi puthopatani moi mathodi kari torga masi akuna masi phone down togdi kari torga afabada sinagedagi habsini akoi do etom bom ki hibdi etom bom mayam ma sinarga hoji ching hutli kana bodi am sinari low uri desert mayam ma ising phangali ko ana nuclear energy puthoga mayam ma koi electricity piri phati habdi yade akoi ki mindset le consciousness and mindset and human mindset is very very important punamok akoi ki mindset le gidrine na yam important oiba sumagi areas yam le anyway samjilis next please Anna, she is follows Nobel laureate. It seems to me that when confronted with the marvels of life and the universe, one must ask why and not just now. The possible answers are religions or spirituals. I find a need for God in the universe and in my own life. Next, please. So even the Newton, whose laws of motions and gravitation gave birth to the age of science, says, I got the most beautiful system of the sun, planets, and comets could only proceed from counsel and the dominion of an intelligent and powerful being. Unquote. And even Kepler's laws of planetary motion puthokiba, Sigi Newton, father of modern science, longer Yarba. Siguma Mayam, Sister Kalibo, Kalomayam, Moy Masamusu, limitation lay, and I quick one with a science one with some designer ama, later, have a Sigi Wakalons in them. I deposit Kamai, we even know Jinai. Post the Queen's having of them. Later, Modo, Mapum Tandoga will labor to the Angang Olan Bewania. Oh, cannot dig him Mapum, Hondoki Wadanep. I'm going to put Mark to this happening on Ponte. See the question there is only little posing curly my cocoa license, which I didn't go to Tungamoy. And the station could them the young Lu Vitar, and not Tobut, and the Masigi area, Siamna, and Lusulubani, Aduga. So I thought I something that get Copernicus Hoy, and even Sigi, can see Kepler, Mashaman Haisi, who gave 3 laws of motion Haisi. His planetary motion felt God's presence in his wondrous variety of creation. Loinamoxi, Tajaram Mebo, Ariba Matangi, Kepler's youngers, Newton youngers, who made a Tajabukra, later Mebo. A wiggy one with a Mugi one with some designer Mulera Bra, great designer Mulera Bra, system Palamel, even Stephen Hawking, Gödel and the end of physics, the man Haisi, that we may never have a complete theory of the universe. Theory of everything ma ibodi go. Theory of everything I would like see Stephen Hawking even ever. I do about the man Haisi. I can a complete theory, universe theory of capacity. Mazu Tazabunga Moena, the man Pongo. Next, please. And now, say I shouldn't something Yam Sanuki. Next, please. Next, please. So Max Planck, one of the founding father of quantum physics, himself stated, I quote, science demands also the believing spirit. Anybody who has been seriously engaged in scientific work of any kind realizes that even over the entrance of gates of the temple of science are written words. You must have faith. It is a quality which scientists cannot dispense with. This imaginative vision and faith is the ultimate success. In the ultimate success are indispensable. The pure rationalist has no place here. And akwegi faith haiba, thazaba haiba, sigi yaudana, scientists singina, akwegi XYZ coordinate akwegi instrument to paragadi so the Next, please. There will always be some element of faith in our scientific effort towards understanding the universe. We should realize that all great achievements, whether in science or spiritual or religion in the world, are the result of man's faith in himself and his creative power. A person without faith is incapable of creating anything. Masi yamna faith habsi yamna daka oi baduna koi Swami Vivekananda youths ki guru sin harim habsi ma harim su yam phajabani kidang topic si like tolop toro bhogda. The history of world is the history of very few people who have faith in themselves that calls about the divinity within, and you can do everything. Unquote. He further lamented, faith and faith and faith in themselves, faith in God. This is the secret of success and MANIPURI. Faith in their existence of God will lead us to realize universal brotherhood, higher goals and a deeper meaning and principles of life in order to achieve a lasting peace. Swami Vivekananda masamaksu pibirame sigil yes kamari. Next please. Our ethical problems, role of science and spirituality in resolving ethical challenges and achieving world peace. See, hena angakpa saktam mayama putolkadore within this century, within this 21st century. Aduga iroinena makal makalngi saitheng mayama negative impact mayama su lakpaya. Adu matigi ethical problems lakuni se mayam su lakpaya. Adu how to solve this problem? Haibom tamda. Hariba science as well as the spiritual and easy. Punsin the way yaro have next please. And UNESCO motto, since wars begin in the minds of men, it is in the minds of men that the defense of peace must be constructed. Unquote. Sina UNESCO motto harish. And according to Richard Ernest, science and technology alone cannot solve the problem of the new millennium. We need additional guidelines for our actions, for the selection of our research projects and research goals. The guidelines have to do with ethics, with philosophy, and with faith. And ethics, philosophy, and faith. I say, she walk alone. My am saying she science ki. The paikala reba ano project. My am saying she must include the next please. And Mrs. Betty Williams, Nobel laureate in peace, also said. And she also described, and she described in their articles the importance of ethics and also how ethical issues act a common ground for science and spiritual. And ethics is always learning a science ki product mayam sing si properly peacefully sustainable development lang Arun Gandhi also said, out of the essence of materialism will arise the spectra of true morality and meaning of life. There will be greater compassion towards humans by the year 3000. Next please. Next please. So to conclude, although there has been several attempts for world peace within the field of religious or spiritual traditions, scientific community and political groups, progress towards science, towards world peace will remain a dream if a cooperative effort of science and spirituality does not take place. Many political, anti-religious, interfaith, and other global summits for world peace have been conducted in many parts of the world. However, the progress has not been very satisfactory. The time is ripe for a serious undertaking to launch a vision of lasting world peace and sustainable development through the cooperative dialogue of science and spirituality. We need symbiosis of science and spirituality. We need a paradigm, a new vision of reality, a fundamental change in our thoughts, perceptions, and values. In short, a cooperative approach of science and spirituality is the only key to a lasting world peace and sustainable development. Thank you. These are some of the questions.
Thank you so much to respected Sir N. Rajmohan Singh, Vice Chancellor of DM University, ladies and gentlemen, Thakcho Pongduk Cheri, Yamna Wakal Loksing Pukning, Wayaba Midmai, Wayaba the Gumwa, Kana Raba, Equino Sumhana, Kangi Hana Su Kanbanga Morodo Wakalon Kia Haisabatari Wahikia, Wapum Kia Tambiramba, Zabum Gana, Takacho Pongduk Cheri. Vote of thanks, Piraga Toromasique, Luisan judging the way, Mayam Tang Wana Matambudi, Oedu Chatnabi, Haisabataribu. Haizo Haragadi seminar Matoragadi, workshop Matoragadi, Lengsin Biriba Kwaitaraga, Akanga Hoen, Lengsin Biriba, Singa, Katang Tatuk Tasin Toba, Sis Nabra, and a Kanzera Ganda, Koi Lengsin Biriba, Mang the Labiriba, Singi Martiki, probably Quiggy, DM College Tiki Lapiriba, or just Singi Martiki Versu, Mahiru Singi Martiki Versu, or any invitees, think the Trising Martiki Versu, Hung Beaning Bawahang, Laregadi interaction section gi, Tanzadu Logzegi, Hadanekina, Simtang, Tamzavani. Kanagumana hang bining balayagadi kutam tang tangat piraga. We will have a short interaction section so that it's productive as we go.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Dr. Y. Tua Devi, and I belong to the College of Science in the Department of English. So, my question goes to cultural anthropologist Dhruba Oshia, okay? So, I think I am very much enlightened by your inspiring words, So, to cultivate the human spirit, you have told us to do austerity, then chanting of mantras, so forth and so on, But, sir, you are telling us that we should leave, the material ego and go for spiritual ego, So, my question to you, sir, is that can ego be associated with the sublimity or divinity or spirituality? Please tell us,
That is a very nice. That is a very nice question. Can I please have your permission to pass the question on to someone more senior, my teacher? He will answer it better than I can. Okay. Processing. So, my understanding is that the material experience comes after the mind. What is matter is what is measurable by the mind and the senses. But behind that, the one that is doing the measuring is the soul. So ultimately, material experience is within a spiritual experience. So the awakening of the true ego, is to understand what is matter in relation to what is above matter, the metaphysical, beyond matter. And once we come back to that sense of self, then the material self becomes an extension or a tool within interactive experience amongst spiritual beings. So that is my attempt at answering your question.
Maning daman layo mana.
Hare Krishna. Hare Krishna. Myself, Sandeep Gupta, and I'm ex-student of Bhaktivedanta Institute Mission Higher Secondary School. So my question is that everyone says I'm in the Prabhuji's, and everyone that Atma never dies. So as we know, Atma never dies, but when we die, our body lives. It's vanish. Is it true? So how the population is increasing So I want to know, because is the spirit is splitting or dividing, or it's the numbers are increasing, how it's increasing day by day?
How many amoebas are there in Manipur? Does that answer your question? Yeah. How many is? Paramecium, amoeba, they're all atmas. Yeah? And so there is an infinite, number of atmas available. And if sometimes humans increase, sometimes amoebas increase. Okay, so is that okay? Yeah. Let me give some. Okay.
Yeah. To me, I'm thinking like this. Say, sun is the only one. Sun. And if you give a trap here with water, and you can see sunlight, the image in the trap. If you are giving two images will come. If three images will come. And so on, it will infinity. Images is infinity. So that's why the spiritualities and the religious perception is that every individual is a soul, is having a soul. And it has a father or parents, it is a supreme soul. So through supreme soul, so many souls are coming. Just like, say, sunlight, if you see these thousands of drops are there with water, then you will see every sun's image everywhere. I'm thinking like this. Whether it is true or false, I don't know. Just coming to my mind just now. Anyway.
Subhan Wainai Tara. Last one, yes. Thank you.
Respected Maharaj, I want to ask one question is, what is the food of Atma, that is soul? What is the food? Yeah. Okay.
This is described by Christian saints such as Santa Teresa of Avila, San Francisco, Rumi. They're describing. Then Rupa Goswami, he produced Bhakti Rasamrita Sindhu, which is considered super excellent presentation of what is the spiritual world. If you get off of the gross platform and actually accept it and begin to investigate, then you discover what's going on. So, in Sanskrit, the word is vibhava. Krishna's smile. The gopis live on Krishna's smile. Krishna's fragrance. Krishna's playing with Mother Yashoda. Krishna doing naughty things. Or you can look at it again, Jehovah, Allah. So that's the food. And I remember when I was a child, there was when Norman Mailer was one author. He said, when I was growing up, my grandmother taught me that the gifts that we give and receive at Christmas are symbols of love. But in the spiritual world, we don't give and receive gifts. We give and symbols. We give and receive love itself. And so yeah, the soul lives on playing with Krishna, singing with Krishna, and Krishna lives on the soul playing with him. Yeah. Okay?
Thank you. But, sir, according to my opinion, the food of the Atma is nothing, is peace, and devoid of anger, devoid of jealous, and everything for the creating of the feast is the food of the Atma. But the food of the body is nothing but maybe the orange, maybe food, maybe that is milk, dal, anything is the food of the body, but the food of the Atma is for peace. Because we have two status of the human being. One is body and one is Atma. When the Atma is going on from our body, and the Atma is always like pass away as a spirit. For the food of the Spirit is nothing is peace. This is my opinion from my...
And I can understand about 60% of what you said.
Yam phajau question ni nang ise. Ai na sum khanja bada ko. Ai so haige khalam nang idu. Man bu kitang di exactly di manadre. Maram di materials ka. Ai di marama masen pun bi na. Chinjang marama masen pun bi na. Material ke mari le na kane ba. Atma isi material na te. Aduna ne ba koi quantum mechanical approach ka introduce material na tab thire ne ba. Material ne explain to nga mo ba atma se. Material की world ना आत्मा cannot be solved. अदुना कोई की quantum की level की संख्या ले इसे. अरे नोंगे ना कापरन आयोन पान गने body से पान गने बका. आई इसे ना करें बा spiritual way ले करबा. Body way करबा. Wave form ले करबा. अदुए नोंगे ना पान गने नोंगे पाल संगे. नोंगे ऐसे material ने नोंगे मरुसी ना त्रो. Material से थुकाई भी है बा. आई इसे ना करें बा आई ना सोलो ने उन थोक पुरांग मबा. अदुए तादी नोंगे ना पाल से शीरो है. अदुना ngसागी अखोई material ओइबा पोट नतबनिना material नतब मसाक तो अदु हौजी हाइदो आइना हाइगे तोरमना inner wisdoms हाइगे तोरमने inner wisdoms आत्मा की मागी अखोइना ngसागी ध्यान तो मतमदा लाइनिंग मतमदा आइगी कनोसी वंखलाइने अन आत्मा सिगी मागी मगुल हापी बसी inner wisdoms ने अदुगी inner wisdom तो अममम सिनगी वकांगु दो पृथ्वी द साइन तो है say for example Rabindranath Tagore sweetness hai bisle man khulai on sinaga Nobel Prize for Gitanjali puthola ine natro Albert Einstein sigi concentration am wang e mo sidi concentration adigi akoi gi ngasai gi akoi pet sweetness masa hai me am singe phaja me am singse masi inner wisdoms ne bako inner wisdom si composite ta pulap si punsila kanda afaba me am sigi punsila putu ne ko inner wisdom si phanana ba ne ko miyo ta ne se the great minds heroes and icons me am singse inner wisdom sing sane ke Zansky rani career se sinare ini beauty energy career ne thongna ne ba pauna bris ba thongna ne ba thongna is inner wisdom ne ai mon ni ko ai sum khanje bani ko ana sigi inner wisdom the level mayam sing sina atma gi chinja we bi nang hai bo language the park chinja hai bo wai ji bo da sina ba da pan ba ya ri ba ya de khang bi nga ta ngo we atma gi masin ja hai si da adu bo koi mi ba ta ne ba apa ma khal gi koi gi divine hai lak ba ma tam da koi Gautam Buddha na enlighten hai ko enlighten phangna na bo hona ba da no ta na ko ma tam tang sai dhyan to ko le ba nei nei ko le rishi ma am nei nei ba ma am sing ki ma gi ken inner world si wangkala le ne bo madu phangna ba po tu phangna ba hona ko ne ba inner wisdoms inner world si yam important way adu ngasa gi body me bi le ba body li oi ba ngasa hai bi to sa ri ba thak ri ba ko li ba mayam se sang phal ma sajen to ba physical exercise to ri ba si mayam gi body gi relation ma nungi oi ba thamoi gi ba nungsi ba gi oi ba wakalon phata ba mayam le ba minung si oi ba natro non violence ka si matmo ga ni si khulai amune khulai si akoi manung ri yauri ne Bruce Lee na thil ba si ki kin je moi kare boxing je masi ki Bruce Lee ki thil ba si masi physical ka to oi roi ha ba ma ki inner force ma ga yaung thin bo ni ha aduna bu man so ma am thugai ngami ana si ki ani si pulakan ne po yam hen kal physical as well as inner wisdom ani si pulakan di hen na acham mi am to ngam no po ma am to ngam lai ba scientists philosophers great man heroes icons sing se asi ani ma ki suksil laga hai ba male अकोई की स्वामी विवेकानंद ना वर्ल्ड कॉन्फ्रेंस दा वाशिंगटन कनाडा अमेरिका दा हाई की मतम दा माय डियर सिस्टर्स एंड ब्रदर्स ऑफ अमेरिका हाई मतम दर मोइसी पूरा हिप्नोटाइज तो इना खुदी मक्से खुबा खुगी बेदा लुसिमम खंगदि हारिदो आइकोई गुम इचम चम मियम न हाइरम तारदि ए इचम चम न तुम ताने डियर ब्रदर्स एंड सिस्टर्स ऑफ अमेरिका इसी इचम चंद्रने अदु मारी ईस्टर्न फिलोसॉफी की नुंगी ओइबा थमोइगी ओइबा पजाबा सक्तम मयाम दो मधु मयाम दो इनर विजडम मयाम दो फुटोलग ngang kanadi asdam mi am ngang oide Swami Vivekananda adunabu masi prithvi da atuki matik yauna ngak ne ji ngak ki ne gris adna ma acho chapter ma hang gidu Eastern philosophy chapter hang ngami na wahi ani de pareng ma degi ana sigi inner wisdom ki power si jam kal la ana even physical power degi di inner wisdom ki powers and hen kan me hela this is my view
Thank you once again for those 3 wonderful questions relating to the topic that we have today, cultivation of the human spirit, confluence of science and spirituality, ladies and gentlemen. As we now come to the end of the session, may I now invite His Grace Sadhu Bhushan Das, Secretary, UBC and President of ISKCON Manipur, to please say the word of thanks.
Hare Krishna. Ma'am Punambu Kuramjari. Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami Mahakna Taubiramba Mapungweba Thavakshi Anini Anizimagi Pantung de Matoeba Thabak Anizi Queen Amana synthesis of science and religion or synthesis of science and spirituality through the Prithivida Santi Puraknabagi Hotnaba Madugi Pandamzi Fangnaba Hotnabada Mahakna Nobel laureate Mayamam Unarami Nobel laureate Kaga Thabak Towin Narami Adagi Atopa Mana interreligious dialogue through the Prithivida Santi Purna Honaba Sigi effort Anizi Magi Quaidagi Chaubo contribution. The Sigi effort Anizigi Magi Golzi Pangnaba Hotnabada Prithivigi Yam Mapung over Mishak Kayama Mahag Unarami country Kiagi president a power scientist Mayamama a power religious leader Mayamama. The Queen Angasi Sigumba seminar Masinjabasi Bhakti Swarup Damodar Swami Mahaki follower Ama Oina Magi Tung in Bado Kujungam Jabra Hibasi Yang Jabagi and humble attempt. Akoina Honazabasigi Maka Chatharakbu Oina 2007 da Maharaj na Haksang Thadok Hiwaji 2006 ni Maharaj na Pambirami Manipur 2007 sida Nobel laureate Mayam Puraga Koigi Manipur Samaj sida Koi Shanti Puraknabagi Science and Religion ki conference ama Taunabagi asa Adu Maharaj Chachibani Handana Hojiki Hairi Thorumdu Koina Nobel laureate Yauna Pangtok Buding Amzekiti Koigi Asadi 2027 ISKCON Manipur ki Golden Jubilee celebration tai 2017 December 25 adu masigi matam sida akoina city convention gumba akoina achaubo hall ma waijaraga akoigi Nobel laureate ani ahum gumba puraga koi yamna chawu mowongda Manipur da leiriba akoigi Ojaraj Mohan hoigumba adagi Manipur University ki vice chancellor hoigumba mayam jiga pullaga When a Yama Chauba conference, I'm a Tojabagi quite a salaj. Madugumba conference to the Su Quina, a Sigi Langbi liver quite kibik, quick Ojamayam, Satramayam Nasu, Kuyam the pulling Taugat people mong the Saruk Yabu, Haina, Nasigi. Tin basigi khudong chaw lojaraga ISKCON Manipur ki taraf tagi tolaban nanai na mayam de request tawjari koi gi ngasigi sigumba seminar siga mari lenana word of thanks and we are also very thankful to our beloved Dhruv Oshya and Subhadramai Mataji for accompanying Maharaj and joining us with your sharing of thoughts and experiences here. Thank you so much. And the most humbly, we are so much thankful to our respected Oja Professor N. Raj Mohan Singh, Vice Chancellor of DM University, Manipur, for his unparalleled support and cooperation in organizing this function successfully. Without his goodwill, this event might not be happened. Thank you so much, sir. Koigi mathangda koigi sigumba seminar ama pangthokna bo hotna jarakpada koina Oja Bilas koi Jain Manipur Dance Academy gi director in charge in thau pubiriba Oja Bilas ta koina request tawjaruba matamda Oja Bilas ta harau na yam encouraging oiba mongda koi puning thogot pidana mahaki leiriba sigumba auditorium loina mahaki staff sing support pibidana loina mahaki artist puthok pidana koi yamna phajaba cultural presentation amagi ngahaki matungda madu cultural presentation ji lakcharani the sigumba mayam se puthok pidana harau na koibu support to bibagi damaksu Oja Bilas amasu mahaki staff pu aina hanna thagat phundok chari loinana akhoi ngasigi seminar sigum ama pangthok jaba matamda koi delegate ki registration tawjaba matamda harau na register tawbidana sigum seminar ma yawbu lakpi bagidamak Oja Singh Satra Singh adagi lebiriba koi gi businessman mayambu akoina iskon gi taraptagi University of Harvard culture gi taraptagi loina ngasigi seminar sigi organizing committee gi taraptagi delegate mayam busu hanana thagat ba phungdok chari matang da khoi gi sigumba seminar sibu koina Manipur gi kachin kuya thungna yehon bada koi gi mateng pangbiriba yehon biriba media house mayam ama do moi gi representative sing busu Iskon Manipur ki taraf tagi, UBC ki taraf tagi, seminar si organized or organizing committee ki taraf tagi, ehak hanna thagat pa phungdok chari. Da koi special thanks koi Pony TV gi koi Tammo Saroj Kumar mahang na sigumba seminar ama tawni haina taba matamda adude ei madugi seminar do ei live telecast free da tawjage haina aya bagaloina na koi jam harau na sigumba seminar sibu free the live telecast to bibagi damak Pony TV gi koi timbu hanna thagat phungdok chari adu Oja Bilas ki mathengna koi gi harau na lengbira iba koi gi sound gi kangbu sung light sibu scenery ba kangbu busu ayang hanna thagat phungdok chari loinana koi sigumba seminar si silakna hotna bada harau na chen chongnan thawai hakchang yauna koi thabuk sumin rakhiba Iskon Manipur gi youth volunteers sing basu Iskon Manipur gi tarap tagi hangna hanna thagat ba phungdok chari aroi bada amuka hanna koi ngasigi seminar sigi loshillapagi sharuk oina koi gi cultural program gi presentation pibi nabagi thorang Tobiriba Jain Dance Academy artist singbu thagat pa phungdok chabag loina na engasigi vote of thanks side lushin jagi Hare Krishna.
Thank you so much, His Grace Sadhu Bhushan Das, for that vote of thanks. And that's the end of the formal session of the International Seminar on Cultivation of the Human Spirit, Confluence of Science and Spirituality, being held here at the auditorium of Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy. May I request the dignitaries on the dais to please take seat down there so that we can proceed with the cultural presentation. Thank you so much once again. Amtang hanna thamjabani koi cultural program item taruk taret haijaba tare samsamna laijari dagi matung de koi refreshment mayam gidam ta sin langjari Marak Thatna, Equine cultural presentation, Lantok Chadringe, Mamang, the equipment, minute Manga Gumbatangi Haizabatari presentation, Amatang, Kudol Tamzage. Before we go ahead and present the cultural program to all of you, we will now have a short presentation from none other than Subhadra Mai Devi Dasi. She was homeschooled and completed her Bachelor of Science in Electrical Engineering from Boise State University, Boise, Idaho, USA at the age of 18. With 3.97 to 4 GPA, she won several prestigious competitive scholarship awards, including Barry Goldwater National Scholarship, Norm Engineering Scholarship for the year 2008-9, Micron Technology Foundation Scholarship Award, so on and so forth. Now, after her completion of the graduation, she worked at Hewlett-Packard as a system and product quality improvement and lead and data analyst for LaserJet printers, managing 2 teams of about 24 people. After resigning from HP, she moved to India to learn Odissi dance and trained in traditional Gurukul style from Nattyagram Dance Academy, Bangalore. Currently, she runs her own dance academy, Natisha, from which more than 80 students have already completed basic training in the past 3 years. I would also like to mention that she was selected as the top 5 electrical and computer engineers in USA for the year 2010. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Subhadra Mai Devi Dasi.
Welcome everyone, thank you so much. So thank you very much for the introduction, deeply humbling. And I'm also very humbled to come and have the opportunity to present in front of all the honored guests who have graced us with their presence today. So I would like to, with your permission, just briefly speak about my personal journey in my pursuit for education and cultivation of my personal human spirit. So after I graduated university and I started working for Hewlett-Packard, designing LaserJet printers, I realized that even after I had won every single award I had set out to achieve as a student, I started entering a very difficult phase of life, and I felt very poor at heart, my education having not equipped me to deal with the emotional distresses of life. And I felt like my education was incomplete, as if it was just a legal testimonial intended towards the job market. I thought back to the times when my heart felt most nourished in the experience that I had had thus far in life. And I came upon those moments when, as a classical dancer, I would often present dance in university cultural programs and was able to share my heart and my culture with audiences and see their hearts blossom open, to feel them experiencing healing from all kinds of situations that they had been going through emotions, divine emotions being presented through culture, dance, and music. I felt so empowered that in such a short time, so many people can have a spiritual experience. And I decided, for my own personal cultivation, to resign my job at HP, where I was leading 2 teams of about 24 people and earning $65,000 a year at the age of 18. I decided to retire and move to India and pursue a formal education from a traditional Gurukul in the classical Indian dance style of Odissi. Through my life's journey, I began to analyze Western healing techniques versus Eastern healing techniques. I realized, especially through Western theater and clinical therapeutic techniques, the person was encouraged to express themselves better in many different ways. Versus in Eastern healing techniques, we were given a predetermined sequence of movement, of song, of choreography that we had to follow to the dot, and then experience a change in our consciousness. I tried to understand this Eastern healing methodology through the process of sleep. When we go to sleep, we disconnect from our conscious thought processes, and it gives rest to our awareness of our ego, the false ego, the designations that we have put upon ourselves. I am a woman, I am Indian, I am this years old, I am educated in this field. All these designations go to rest, and the mind gets an opportunity to not think about these designations. And through cultural presentations, when we talk about the extra mundane, we get a similar opportunity to rest our mind, to absorb it in something extra mundane, in something sublime. And this brings me to my topic today, which is cultivation of Indian dance and the effects on the human spirit. As a practitioner of dance, we get the opportunity to step out of our assumed roles and sometimes enact Krishna, Radha, Ravana, many different roles in which we can, at the most base level, gain the benefit of emotional release. That's a very basic level of healing that an actor or a dancer can experience through divine pastimes, enactment of divine pastimes on the stage. And role-playing is a clinically proven technique for healing, which gives us fresh perspective to our problems, because it changes our perspective, it changes our narrative. Sometimes going through life, we can develop a victimized perspective of our life. This happened to me, that happened to me, and then so-and-so 20 years ago said this and that to me, and I'm still hurt from that. And it allows us to step out of that narrative and experience a different narrative of sublime love. If you have some unhealthy amount of anger stored, you can release that through different roles that you might be given to play. And this gives us an opportunity to gain fresher, wholesome perspectives on life and release difficult emotions and experience those emotions which our life may not have, and thus balance our life. Now, you might ask, this is the benefit that a dancer gets from the practice of classical Indian dance. But as an audience, as a person going about my life, what do I gain? I would like to answer this question to the Vaishnava perspective of the Odissi style and take you through an evening-length performance that has been choreographed for the Odissi style. We first start out with a Mangala Charana, in which we establish the deity of Lord Jagannath upon the stage. We worship him and invoke auspiciousness, request him to take presence on our stage. This dance piece is followed by an item called Sthai or Battu. And I would like you to envision as if you were entering a temple and you saw the building from outside. How many of you have been to traditional Indian temples, Indian architecture with carved sculptures on the outside? Can I see a show of hands? One more time, I think all of you didn't hear the question. How many of you have been to temples, archaeological ancient sites with ancient Indian architecture and sculptural engravings on the outsides? How many of you have been there? Okay, at least a few of you. So you can see that there are these sculptural engravings of sculptures holding the mardala, a drum, manjira, hand cymbals, sitar, flute, and many other postures. So this next item of Odissi helps connect all these different postures and links it, strings it like pearls on a thread of tala and raga. And what this does is the basic postures of chauka, which is in the image of Lord Jagannath. How many of you have heard of Lord Jagannath? A very easy question. I should see all the hands go up now. Yes, so in the image of Jagannath and the Tribhangi posture of Krishna. Based on all these two postures and a few others, these are the most fundamental postures, we get a chance to meditate upon the image of the Lord. And the dancer is able to go through a process called Anga Shuddhi, or purification of the limbs, which is not just a correction of the positioning of our limbs, geometric correction, but also a purification of consciousness internally. After the second item of Odissi called Battu, we go into the third item in an Odissi repertoire, an evening length performance called a Pallavi. And Pallavi literally means to bloom, to blossom. And this is a dance of enchantment. There's a beautiful raga that is played, and the beat goes from very simple beats to very complex, beautiful third speed beats. And the dancer is able to do many beautiful choreographed sequences which are supposed to capture the hearts of the audience with the expertise of Natya Shastra. Once the hearts are opened of the audience, then comes in the evening length performance, that sequence, the fourth item called Abhinaya, which are the divine pastimes of Radha and Krishna, of Lord Jagannath, of Ram, of Sita. And this is when the hearts of the audience are able to accept these divine, beautiful pastimes which describe a beautiful young boy, 16 years old, blue in complexion, playing the flute, and the gopis hearing that beautiful sound and leaving everything in their home to rush to the banks of the Yamuna River. And such detailed descriptions steal the minds of the audience. The word in Natya Shastra used is kridayanikam, which is a distraction from mundane life, an absorption in the extra mundane, in the sublime pastimes, which change our consciousness, change our mood. They have the ability to completely change our experience of human life. And once we experience the Abhinaya section, the audience, depending upon the expertise and training of the dancer and her personal journey in life through the practice of dance as well, the audience is able to experience a moment of complete peace, of liberation, of complete fulfillment. And that moment is called moksha, which leads us to the fifth item of the Odissi repertoire. And in this way, being an audience of a classical performance of just one of the 8 main classical dance styles of India, known as Odissi, one can experience an evolution in the human spirit by just being an audience. Now the question remains whether such a clinically proven therapeutic framework that has such an ability to uplift our human spirit and even solve our material problems by giving us a perspective, with technical processes of carefully disciplining our emotions through absorption in the extra mundane, is this scientific or not? This question I will leave upon you to ponder further as you experience the cultural program section of today. Currently, we are in the process of monitoring some biological improvements through the practice of Natya, classical movement, with the University of Mandi IIT. We are working to develop also a full online course for Indian dance that can be accessed by students all over the world at their own time. And we feel extremely honored to be invited to speak here today as well, and hope to work on some collaborative projects and develop degree programs for the cultivation of human spirit through the classical Indian dance styles. Thank you very much.
Thank you so very much to Subrata Mai Tividasi. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now all set to present the cultural program to be presented by Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy. JNMDA is a constituent unit of Sangeet Natak Academy, New Delhi, under the Ministry of Culture, Government of India. Sri P. Bilas Singh is the current director of the academy. Ladies and gentlemen, the students of JNMDA will first present Lai Harawa dance. Lai Harawa is an annual festival of the Meiteis. It is a rigidly observed rituals which begins towards the end of the year and continues to the new year. It is celebrated at the shrine of the old Selvan gods known as Laibungs, scattered all over the land. During the festival, the Maibis, priestesses, considered to be the spiritual mediums, trace through their dances the whole concept of cosmogony of the Meitei people and describe their way of life. It is a kind of reliving the way of life of the past. The item to be presented is Maibi Jagoi and Thogal Jagoi, ladies and gentlemen. Marakte koigi lengbirak pasing mapanda chaithokuna leibirabasing yaragadi koi hall manungda lengsin birak laga tharomasi mapung phahan biu haidanam tang ningsing janingbani. All those who are outside the hall, you are please requested to please get in as we're going to start the cultural program very soon.
sibu toina harawa sibu na toina ruaiwa leibara leibanida oh ha hayana sida oh ha hayana sida
Maibi Jagoi and Togul Jagoi, a component of Lai Harauba dance. The holy, the colorful spring festival of India is known in Manipur as Yaoshang. During the festival, people indulge in dance and music with gay abandon. Dhol Cholom, a drum dance, is an essential part of these festivities. This is an redemption with a full of vigor and happiness to welcome the spring season as well as prayer to the Lord. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting now is Dhol Cholom. That was Dhol Cholom. Now, far removed from this sophisticated dance of the Hindu temple, we now take to the next form of dance, which will take us to the exotic surroundings of the mountainous Kabui village of Manipur. Kabui dance are noted for vigorous footwork, sharp, clean and graceful movements of the body. This particular dance enacts cricket dance, which was believed to have been performed by a cricket in a competition before the Kabui god Kakai Daimai. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting is Kabui travel dance.
lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Sinh không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Ô bài nâng phụ ca ta kí cô
Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
Bậc kim lô bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Bậc kim lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Sinh không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Bài nâng phụ ca ta kí cô
Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
Bậc kim lô bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Bậc kim lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Bài nâng phụ ca ta kí cô
Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
Kim lô bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Bậc kim lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Bài nâng phụ ca ta kí cô
Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
Bậc kim lô bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Bậc kim lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Bài nâng phụ ca ta kí cô
Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
Bậc kim lô bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Bậc kim lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Bài nâng phụ ca ta kí cô
Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
Bậc kim lô bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Bậc kim lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Bài nâng phụ ca ta kí cô
Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
Bậc kim lô bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Bậc kim lo bậc kim sĩ đô cũng bầm gì
Sinh không hai khả lô
Không hai khả lô
Kim na mấy su kim dê
Bậc kim na mấy su kim dê
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
So na con dê mấy na do na so lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Nang tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo
Tha lang can su pe hay dâu bầm lì lô
Tha lang can su ping hay dâu bầm lùi lo Mai nang pu ka ta ki ko
That was Kabui tribal dance. Manipuris have a long tradition of martial arts. The martial art form called Thang Ta is developed to defend themselves from the hostile neighboring countries. Both men and women train themselves in this art form since time immemorial. The native word of the martial art is Thang Ta. Thang means sword and Ta means spear. In this item of Thang Ta, you will find the artistic display of the use of the sword and spear in successive, twice, sometimes in decorative form, and sometimes in the fighting gesture. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting is Thang Ta, the martial art. That was Thang Ta, the Manipuri martial art. The drum by itself enjoys a privilege in the dances of Manipur. There are several kinds of drums, each intended for a particular occasion. The Pung or Manipuri Midanga is the soul of Manipuri Sankirtana music and classical Manipuri dance. A cylindrical drum made out of wood and leather, the Pung assumes an important ritual character and is an indispensable part of all social and religious ceremonies in Manipur, the instrument itself becoming an object of veneration. Traditionally performed by Men Pung Cholom is a highly refined classical dance numbered characterized by the modulation of sound form from a soft whisper to a thunderous climax. The dancer play energetically upon the pung, the drum, and dance while playing the intricate time cycles characterized by complex rhythms, cross rhythms, jumps, and aerial leaps. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting is Pung Cholom. That was Pung Cholom, the penultimate performance of the afternoon. With the advent of Vaishnavism during the 18th century, a new wave of devotional cult spread in Manipur, which found supreme expression in various forms of dance and music, the most eloquent of them being the widely known Ras Leela. Of the 5 Leelas performed in Manipur, we present the Vasantaraj of the spring season, which is played on the full moon night of Chaitra, March and April month. Sri Krishna goes to the appointed grove. The gopis, led by the Radha, respond to the call of his magical flute. They together play Holi with a bear in a riot of colors. Ladies and gentlemen, presenting now is Vasantaraj.
बसंत Hãy subscribe cho kênh Ghiền Mì Gõ để không bỏ lỡ
lakpisi lakpisi aigi chana thoirabi brajagopi pumnama yengu Sri Vrindavana kayada ningthizariba leisu khibikna leika phanna phanna sa inglaba malayanung sitna tapna sitli basantagi purnimana suhina ningthizaraba himna sit aikhoi mayam loina duna rasa sanasi pukning naningba thunghansi
Ibungo nanay ay ko'y na pamjabasu madutani.
That was Basanta Raz of Manipuri classical dance, ladies and gentlemen. All that cultural performance were presented to you by Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy in Fall, Manipur. That was the presentation of cultural program as part of the international seminar on cultivation of the human spirit, confluence of science and spirituality, being held here at the auditorium of Jawaharlal Nehru Manipur Dance Academy today. Thank you so very much to each and every one of you present here. But before we wind up, may I request the dignitaries to please come up on the stage once again for one last group photo shoot. The dignitaries, the invitees, all are requested to please come up on the stage once.
Hare Krishna, Mayam Puno Uthagachari, Artist Singh Uthagachari, Kwaidagi and Thagat Pazi, Sir Kisho Chanbu, Tamu Inundagi Hanana Thagat Pondok Cheri, Koigi Guru Maharaj leading Ada, Kanagumba, Karanadi, Koigi Skonji, and the fanatic religious sect in Obi Yawi. Aduba Pamzeru Bagi. Sigi sex da koi leja bhagwani ado koi ja suki matik open oi koi Guru Maharaj leading ida koi DM college ke oja samu maje Islam community gi oja ni maje yam toina MC oina program conduct tohan birami koi gi sar ki sochanju koi gi maitei koi gi Manipur goina khwai fawo MC ni program conductor ni da akoina dharma je manadra fawo da su Ako je nungsi jana na harau na tinawe yai hai ba thim dane ko na ngasigi semana pangtok chari je masigi potse mayam da khudam moina uchcha ningbagi da mak sa ke cho chan da ko na special request tawjaban